I'm just Kinham, going about my day at the lovely SBL. Hey, I know you. You're that kid always arguing that the Earth is all on YouTube. Look, guy, the Earth is only 6,000 years old. You aren't God. Are you God? Were you there? You weren't there. Whoa, it's Mike Heiser. Look guys, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation, and I just wanted to say that after I left Shambhala, during my second MA on my journey to recover the Lost Ark, I found a Sanskrit manuscript in a lost library of Gilgamesh's tomb, and I decrypted it with the decoder ring that I recovered from a Roswell witness, and it led me to a Mesopotamian sage in the Arad Mountains, who told me that if you go to Tablet 7, line 176a of section 9 of the Ugaritic text, you'll clearly read an Akkadian loanword. There you go, Mike. Suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. You don't know how old the Earth is. Were you there? Well, Ken, that reminds me of something that I read in an ancient Sumerian scroll. Ma Shambhala Mazda. What's happening? I don't know. He's speaking the language of the gods.
I love that opening.
Hey man, everything in the entire universe came into existence last Thursday. You don't know, you weren't there.
What do you mean?
Appearance of age, man.
It all came into the
last
existence
second.
last second.
Exactly, like I just said, yeah. In fact, that's the Mandela effect, the fact that you and I just said it at the same time, so...
No.
Am I getting that right, or no?
Synchronicity. There we go.
Oh, okay.
But let's go on with the thing.
Let's go on. We have another guest. Are you here to help, Haram?
Yes, I will gladly, but I'm watching over my grandparents, so as soon as I'm done with them, I will chime in.
Okay. Are you the one that messaged me that you did the Awakening School?
Yep, that's me.
Oh man, awesome. Excellent.
You're a Luvatar 42 in the Discord, aren't you?
Yep.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Nice.
Awesome. All right. Sorry, then I apologize that you may have missed the first stream then, but don't worry, we're still only 20 minutes into her.
Gotcha. Simply.
Yeah. Despite doing 3 or 4 hours or whatever in those 20 minutes.
I was able to
anyway,
in the meantime while I was working, so it was
blessings, brother. It's
basically.
good. Yeah, it's good to have you. Also, welcome, folks. So there's another nice little episode from Ben Stanhope. But we're going to continue our discussion of Doreen's interview with all those guys. There is actually going to be on Faith Unaltered. Okay, so this is just a little bit of a shout out. I've had interviews on their show a few times. A wonderful, a smaller Christian channel, but definitely go and support them. Where Drina, so Mike's, his wife, Mike Chu and all the people behind the Divine Council group, and potentially even Ron Johnson could be coming on. They're all going to actually make an appearance in literally 9 hours from now, thereabouts, or 8 hours from now. I'll also be on there. But this response stream is my own thing. I'm obviously going down into the weeds, but theirs is a more sort of they've definitely organized it to be a little bit more packaged and more professional, I suppose, because of they're the people that are they've taken over Heiser's legacy, and they're trying to maintain it, moving forward. And it's a skill I don't have. And that is, it's a skill of being succinct and sort of like packaged and yeah. So, all right. But nonetheless, I'm here with the Sentinel crew. I'm here with one particular individual who I don't know if we've interacted before. Is it Hiram, or how do you pronounce your name?
It's a Spanish name. The H is normally silent, so it will be Iram, as in Iran, but with an M.
Iram. Okay. But it's good to have you here. So you reached out to me. You've basically finished the Awakening School that Heiser set up. In other words, you got a certificate through that, which is good because at least if I miss something, you're the guy that was actually in the program. Feel free to chime in and add as much as you want. Again, there's no like my streams and Undeveloped knows there's no filter to the time. There's no time limit, which is a problem, but anyway. So let's get started. Let's start off with where we last were, and that's going to be, whoops, what am I doing? There we go. So that's going to be at the 22-minute mark, and let's see what else is discussed.
Yes. The pushback we get, of course, is that there's a nod to First Enoch and Jude. We hear this all the time. That therefore it's more, it's somehow more authoritative than other deuterocanonical books.
This level of interest that has spiked with respect to First Enoch has really brought about the entrance of lots of evangelicals into the Greek Orthodox or Eastern Orthodox Church, because they have historically venerated the book of First Enoch. So this is what I would have to say about First Enoch and about its use in the book of Jude. He comes with his myriad of angels to wreak vengeance and judgment on the unrighteous, etc. You have sources that are extra biblical sources that are quoted very early in the Bible. For example, the Book of the Wars of the Lord, or Sefer HaYashar, the Book of the Righteous, or the Chronicles of the Kings of Israel and Judah, and that kind of thing. Just because a certain part of that is quoted doesn't mean that we need to go running and turning the world over archaeologically looking for the rest of that book, because if it's quoted in one location, then its entirety must be grandfathered in as canonical. The same thing can be said with respect to Jesus, who says things like the Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath. That's already within the rabbinic corpus before Jesus. Or the first will be last and the last will be first, already said by Hillel in the generation before Jesus. Doesn't mean that Jesus agrees with everything that Hillel said. It simply means that he checks off on that one particular thing. Paul will quote Aratus of Cilicia, Epimenides of Crete, and also Menander. He's not signing off on everything that those guys wrote, or to go more expansionistic, all of pagan philosophy. He just doesn't. He's simply saying, some of your own poets have said, in him we live and move and have our being, that kind of thing. He's simply saying, I'm going to reach down and I'm going to grab a snippet of your own literature that you revere to make a point that I'm trying to make. And so it doesn't mean, it can't mean, because if it does, then we've got to go all the way back and start looking for the Book of the Wars of the Lord and the Book of the Righteous and Chronicles of the Kings of Israel and Judah, etc. Everything all the way through what Paul says and what Jesus says and that kind of thing. That's not the way the canon functions.
Exactly.
Not the way the canon works.
So, Dr.
Okay. Before I rattle off into my long-winded response, first I'm going to have my guests share their thoughts, and I will then give my 2 cents. I mean, if you want, like, no pressure.
Did he have an objection to Heiser in that?
His objection is again a straw man with a subtle jab at the Eastern Orthodox denominations, and in other words, the implications there is, well, if he were to walk into an Eastern Orthodox church, he'd probably be horrified with like all the icons and just the way they do things, and also the canon. Which, by the way, First Enoch is technically not we're talking more the Ethiopic side of things that Enoch is venerated, not like, again, he was sort of like generalizing, like the wholesale Greek churches, all, they use first Enoch, which technically they don't. I'm going to go into a tangential perspective with respect to the importance of these so-called missing works that he cites. Then he brings up Paul with respect to those works, which, how interesting. It occurs in a moment that is key for basically Paul's point. So like Acts 17, guess what passage Paul quotes paralleling that with these Greco-Roman works? Well, guess what Old Testament Torah passage, to be very specific, nowhere else in the Old Testament, so Torah, so one of the 5 books of Moses, there is a passage he quotes that makes you go, oh, Paul, you're doing something that Wave would be the argument, the strawman argumentation against Heiser that Wave has made. If Wave was consistent, he would do the same to Paul.
I can't remember.
So when Heiser says the Deuteronomy 32 worldview,
Oh,
Paul
yeah,
quotes 32:8. Now, I'm going to show you a quote from Plato. Okay? Boom! I've just modified the stream thing, so now I don't have to worry about constantly changing like stop squares, share screens and anyway. So in Heiser's latest Demons book, if you go to chapter 11, and it's in the the title of the chapter is "The Ruling Powers, Their Delegitimization and Destiny," right? And I'll just do a keyword search Plato, just for the sake of time. And here we go. Click on that. So, what I'll do is I'll zoom out just a little bit to see if Heiser quotes Acts 17 here. Well, he's quoting obviously other passages like Ephesians and Colossians. No, I'll just read Plato's statement first.
There's a statement.
And then I'll also read this bit. I'm just skim reading through, and then I'll zoom in. Okay. So earlier, when Paul talks about, like in Colossians 2:15, which reads, he being Jesus, when he had disarmed the rulers and authorities, he made a public spectacle of them, triumphing over them in the cross. So, the Greco-Roman, most of the Roman procession, when Rome would defeat a nation, in the public procession, like a celebration procession, they would actually drag the corpse or whatever through the streets. So literally, Paul, as a Roman citizen, he's using Roman imagery, that Jesus is dragging the corpse of these watchers and powers in the supernatural sense. The prior verse, don't forget, he's dealing with the sin issue. So the sin issue is solved and the cosmic stuff is solved. So Heiser comes back and says, what are we to make of this metaphorical term applied to the rulers and authorities? The idea of removal captures the nuance. While not destroyed, the supernatural rulers and authorities have been displaced or removed from the authority they held over the... Now notice, this is the key point, the Gentiles. Don't forget, the whole Bible story, in fact, the New Testament practically ends with this point. Galatians is all about this. Take your pick, take any Pauline letter. there's neither Jew nor Greek. There's always the outsider. You who are far away, once you were in the world without God, and literally in the Greek, you were atheists, and the term originally meant non-association. Doesn't mean that they were atheists to Yahweh, but they had no association, even understanding. Go back to Isaiah. In Isaiah 66, which parallels the Pentecost situation. So from verse 15 onwards, it's basically this Pentecost. It's eschatological language, but scholars notice the nuances that are parallel to what we see in Acts chapter 2. So specifically, notice this. When you come to verse 19, right? Well, 18 says, "Come and gather all nations, languages. They will come and see my glory. I will put up signs among them," right? And notice all nation groups, starting with Tarshish. Oh yeah, that's far west. That's Spain. That's what Paul intends to go. Like, he mentions Spain in Romans, and he believes that by the time he reaches Tarshish, then the Lord will come, right? That's literally his eschatology. Naturally, he dies in Rome, which means, he wouldn't be able to see what would have happened if he did go to Tarshish. And the irony is that Tarshish is not the end of the world anyway. So the world is a lot bigger than Paul realized, right? So, but if you keep reading, notice it says, so Tarshish, right? But then there is this interesting statement for a 7th/8th century writer to even say something like this. "To the far off coastlands that have not heard of my fame or seen my glory." Whoa. So in other words, this thing is going to go as far out as possible. Exactly what Jesus says in Acts 1. Go into all the world. Like starting in Jerusalem, go out. It's a reversal of Hermon. It's a reversal of the 32:8 disinheritance. Because see, verse 9 in 32:8 is saying, well, yes, now there's a loss. So Yahweh it appears that Yahweh has lost humanity for good. Don't forget, Satan says so in Luke 4. Like he says, they've been given to me, these nations. But Yahweh's not going to lose the fight, because suddenly he takes for him a small little remnant, Judah. And, Judah, Jacob, it says. So Jacob is his inheritance. So Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. But through that, then you have the tribe Judah and, the Messiah, all that stuff to then suddenly reclaim everything back. So, coming back to what Heiser says, he says, who was it that removed this authority? The Most High himself, on the basis of the death and resurrection of Christ. This other particular scholar says that the verb can mean like take off, put aside. It can also mean to strip. So God, through Christ, put aside the old order of the rulers. He stripped them of their authority. Now, here's what comes full circle. So the point of Paul's declaration is that the ruling authority of the gods allotted to the nations was declared illegitimate and null by the work of Christ. So now think about this in light of the temptation, okay? So when you go now to Luke 4, and you have Satan knowing who Jesus actually is. Obviously, notice this. Satan's not denying that he's the second person of the Trinity. I mean, if ever there was something that the Unitarians or anyone who doesn't hold to the Trinity should take notice of, and that is all the unclean spirits, Satan himself, just as James says, right? Like the demons believe. So they're not going to be like Unitarians suddenly or something. They acknowledge who he is. That's why you have this new way of trying to engage the second person of the Trinity they did not have this opportunity ever before. This is a brand new thing. In other words, Jesus, like according to the biblical narrative, Jesus never genuinely incarnated the way we see him in the New Testament. There was no some other incarnation on some other planet or something like that, right? So this is like Satan didn't expect this, right? So the temptations happen. So see, since you are the Son of God, right? Then after that response Jesus gives, he then takes him up, and what does he do? Well, takes them up to see all the kingdoms of the world. But why? Because again, the whole the implications of the Deuteronomy 32 worldview is always going to be at the forefront of not only Israel's story, but ultimately Israel's Messiah and what he now has to do. He's got a lot up his sleeve that Satan, this is literally like a poker, or it's like a poker game. They're playing bluff, right, to each other. So he tells Jesus, I will give you all this authority. Why? Why would Satan want to give all this authority, right? Well, along with the glory, because it has been given to me, and I give it to anyone I please. So if you will worship me, all this will be yours. And now notice how Jesus responds. You must worship the Lord your God and serve only him. So is this a response to say, is Jesus just quoting random scripture just to pass the time and so on? No. Because see, notice the chiastic parallelism. Satan is asking Jesus, the second person of the Trinity, to worship him, which would imply that God himself, the Godhead, because one member of the Godhead is doing this, is actually finally what Satan wanted all along, and that is the true God is now worshiping Satan after all. Jesus flips it and defends not only his deity, but also the truthfulness of the fact that no, you must worship the Lord your God and serve only him. So, coming back to Heiser, now Psalm 82 and passages like that come into play, which then will then lead to this very interesting Plato quote. So Heiser says, in the past, prior to Christ, the Most High had allotted nations to the sons of God. So see, there's your plural sons of God, right? But Jesus is the Son of God, which is that he's the unique one, right? Because he is part of the Trinity. So their authority was legitimate because they had been appointed by the true God. They were supposed to be in their positions. Psalm 82 tells us that those gods, sons of the Most High, rebelled and became corrupt. Instead of ruling their people according to the sort of justice God desired, they enslaved them, ultimately becoming the objects of their worship and seducing Yahweh's own people into idolatry. How interesting. That's precisely what we read with the temptation situation, right? So now, because of the cross, their rule has no legitimacy. So think about it. How is Jesus going to get the nations back out of Satan's grasp from a judicial sense? Because see, after all, God disinherited the nations. So if he's disinheriting the nations and giving them over to ultimately Satan, right? God would be unjust. Now think about it, okay? God would be unjust to just suddenly go, oh, Satan, no, give it back to me. No, you literally just, it was your decision. You disinherited the nations and the people groups. Obviously because of their sin. And because God is holy, he can't be in that space, right? When we're talking about sacred space categories and so on. So an unholy thing has to be discarded out. But God loves his imago Dei. There's these issues of, I have to do this, but I don't want to lose them. How am I going to judicially and also like what would be another term for that? But buy them back, sort of thing, right? And there's your subtle sort of cosmic like chess game, so to speak, where the cross then becomes this insignificant weapon. Well, initially it's an insignificant thing, but it becomes this weapon that then Satan's authority is destroyed, and the resurrection is part of that, and then Jesus is able to bring back and retract it. He's able to not just buy back, but also go in and battle in Bashan territory, so to speak. So Psalm 68, quoted by Paul in Ephesians 4, he ascends up the heights to save the captives, and so it's a very complicated cosmic chess game going on, and so therefore. Now Heiser says, Gentiles would have understood the implications as early writers like Plato understood the gods had been allotted to the nations. So this is my concluding point. When in Acts 17, let me change my screen and show what I'm getting at first and foremost, so that we can then understand the quotation. So this is what's called the Zondervan Illustrated Bible Backgrounds Commentary. A fantastic collection. And if you go to the section on in Acts 17, when Paul speaks about the unknown God, where is that? It's over here. Yes, here it is. So in verse 22 onwards, let me zoom in more. Is this coming up clear for you guys? Yes, it is. So, men of Athens, I see that you are very religious in every way. For as I was walking around looking closely at the objects you worship, I even found an altar with this written on it, to an unknown God. So I'm telling you about the unknown object you worship. 24 and 25 and 26, specifically 26, is key. So the God who made the world and everything in it is the Lord of heaven and earth. He doesn't live in shrines made by human hands. Boom. That's your Genesis 1 to 3 summarization. And he isn't served by people as if he needed anything. He himself gives everyone life, breath, and everything else. Now notice verse 26. From one man he made... Now again, this is the issue. Is it one blood? Is sometimes... there's a textual issue over here. Is it one blood, or is it one anthropos, one man? Either way, the point is, this is not about Adam. This is about Noah, and because from Noah's family you have the Genesis 10 nations. So from one man he made every nation of humanity to live all over the earth, fixing the seasons of the year and the natural boundaries within which they live, so that they might look for God, somehow reach for him and find him. Of course, he's never far from any one of us. And then he quotes the poets. So, this table over here by Clinton Arnold, I think is the guy who wrote this comment. Yes, Clinton E. Arnold. Fantastic summary here. So notice, God made the world. Notice Genesis 1 to 2, Isaiah 42, Jeremiah 10. Lord of heaven and earth. There you go, part of the Ten Commandments. God does not live in temples. There's your... So notice all the Old Testament references. Paul is practically... like he's fantastically... any reader who's familiar with the Old Testament will immediately go, oh, I know that, that reference here and that reference here. And this is sort of like a compiled list that matches with Paul's statements. But specifically notice here Deuteronomy 32:8 for verse 26. So, coming back to the Plato quote, this is what Plato says. In the days of old, the gods had the whole world distributed among them by allotment. Now notice, it says gods in the plural. Now that's suspicious. Yeah, you have the Bible speaking about the Most High doing that, but because they're genuinely polytheistic. You see, that's the difference. Heiser's not a polytheist. So they're genuinely polytheistic, presuming that it's the gods in the plural that, like, allotted for themselves, the distribution of the earth stuff. And then he says, there was no quarreling, for you cannot rightly suppose that the gods did not know what was proper for each of them to have, or, knowing this, that they would seek to procure for themselves by contention that which more properly belonged to others. They, all of them, by just apportionment, obtained what they needed, and peopled their own districts. And when they had peopled them, they tended us, their nurslings and possessions, as shepherds tend their flocks, excepting only that they did not use blows or bodily force as shepherds do, but governed us like pilots from the stern of the vessel, which is an easy way of guiding animals, holding our souls by the rudder of persuasion according to their own pleasure. Hey, doesn't Paul say that in Galatians 4? So in Galatians 4, he says, so don't forget, chapter 3 is all about you become a child, you're part of Abraham's descendants, because don't forget, the descendant stuff is happening just after the Tower of Babel event, which is the disinheritance of nation groups, right? So he says, let's see. While we were children, we were slaves to. Now, a lot of translations will have it, the basic principles of the world, but it's literally the footnote here says the elemental spirits of the universe. So this is basically, don't forget, where is Paul getting that from? He's getting it from 1st Enoch. Okay, in 1st Enoch, you have this elemental spirit language, and so in verse 4, he says, when the appropriate time had come, God sent his son, born by a woman, born under the law. Okay, notice the sequence of events here. Scholars, and there's a dissertation I have that was published just last year, will argue that Paul is using an Enochic template, that just as you have a son of God / woman combination in Genesis 6, which in itself is using what's called the Apkallu myth. So if Doreen and Wave actually read Heiser's works, which, by the way, I'll just bring that up right now. So in his Bible Unfiltered, chapter 12, all your Genesis commentaries 8-track tapes, he actually says that one of the strangest is Genesis 6, right? And then when you come down over here, he says, up until the studies in 2010, there's not much real interaction with what's really going on in its original context. But now, because of Amaranus's work, the divine beings who lived at the time of the flood were called Apkallu. They cohabited with human women, producing a new generation of Apkallu who were not only divine human hybrids, but also giants. Mesopotamian religion saw these generations of Apkallu as great sages. Their survival via human women were, before the annihilation of the flood, preserved pre-flood divine knowledge that had been taught to men. This knowledge was preserved in Babylon, which explained to the Mesopotamian cultures why their culture was superior to all others. Rather than deny the supernatural context of the Mesopotamian material, Genesis hits it head-on. The Apkallu were not saviors. They were undeserving rivals to Yahweh of Israel and deserved to die. After the flood, the giant Apkallu became enemies of God's people, the Israelites. Whether we realize it or not, Genesis 6 reports the first salvo in the long war against Yahweh and his people. The strange passage that modern readers keep at arm's length has hooks into other biblical passages, including the New Testament. Let's see if there's anything else. No, that's pretty much it. So, coming back to the statement here in Galatians 4. So, here's the polemic at play. When you go back to Galatians 3 verse 19, the question is that Paul raises is, well, if the promise to Abraham and the gospel that was given to Abraham is prior to the giving of the law to Moses, and therefore that promise is sufficient without the law given to Moses, then the question is, why then was the law added? And now the answer is obviously because of, notice, transgressions in the plural. And Tyler Stewart, in his dissertation on the origins of evil, is the title of his dissertation, which, by the way, in Reversing Hermon, Heiser used Tyler's 2014 JBL paper, technically SBL paper, as part of his Reversing Hermon book. Unfortunately, when Heiser passed away early in 2023, Stewart's dissertation, which was an expansion of that original SBL paper that he presented, was finally published. And he goes into excruciating detail to show the Enochian template of this term transgressions. It has nothing to do with Adam's transgression. It's to do with transgressions in the plural, divine transgressions. So then the law, because see, if you have Israel as being like the light to the Gentile nations, right? Then the law will become a type of polemic, a suzerain treaty polemic. So it's its own ancient Near Eastern, it's like a modified ancient Near Eastern law code. With respect to the other laws, like, say, Code of Hammurabi and Middle Assyrian laws and blah, 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 that have very, like, overlapping similarities. Why? So in other words, why is the Torah, basically, why is the Torah designed the way it is? Because if you have the other gods ruling the other nations, and as Plato says, holding our souls by the rudder of persuasion according to their own pleasure, then the inspiration that these gods give these nations, and hence the religions that prop up and so on, are obviously, through the Christian lens, are obviously demonic. So the law then becomes Yahweh's ever so subtle, sort of like modified Apkallu inspired sort of, like, in other words, if you had the gods of the Apkallu or whatever inspiring, the laws that we see in the ancient Near East, and you and I are obviously shocked when we read some of it, like we would obviously not practice it, right? Well, its origin, its source, it's the psyop, it's demonic. So the true God, knowing what will actually make Israel distinct, yet at the same time they have to be part of that world at the same time, right? So the law was added as this pushback against that demonic inspiration. So it was added because of transgressions until the descendant came about to whom the promise pertained, right? And don't forget, divine counsel imagery, right? It was put into effect through angels by means of a mediator. Okay, that mediator in this sense would it be Moses? No. Because immediately Paul has to clarify and say, a mediator involves more than one party, but God is one. So he's just, boom, here we go. The second person of the Trinity that we see in Exodus 34 is mediating the law, and Moses is there, and you have the court, the divine council court, as witnesses to this. So how many parties are we talking about? Well, quite a number. But this mediator between God and Moses, here's your 2-in-1 sort of scenario taking place, because see, God is one, but at the same time we understand that a mediator is like more than one. So that's what's going on here. So now when you go to chapter 4, oh, by the way, let me just quickly conclude with in chapter 3 when he says, with respect to this law, right? He says, now before faith came about, we were held in custody and confined under the law in preparation for the faith that was to be revealed. So this is fascinating because I see the events from, say, Genesis 12 all the way to Malachi. Okay? In fact, even beyond Malachi, so all the way up to basically when Jesus is born. As being a demythologizing and like a certain psychological evolution. Because if the Torah is designed to work with or dance with these demonically inspired suzerain laws of the ancient Near East, and at the same time, like, so it polemically respond. So any alien coming to Israel will suddenly like see a ever so subtle difference in how things are. Like they'll be like, hey, this is similar to what I do back at home, but at the same time, there is also this, a difference. What's the implication? God has to now deprogram, and it'll take time. He has to deprogram the humans that are now disinherited into, and that will obviously lead to, say, a Greek-speaking culture, which Greek being the language that is sufficient enough to then introduce more complicated concepts like hypostasis and so God's working with he's bringing about the because as Paul will say in chapter 4, at the appropriate time, now is the right time to bring about the incarnation, which subtly echoes the Genesis 6 situation. So their attempt in Genesis 6, let's see, hey Satan, I'm going to shock you. The so-called attempt of Genesis 6, well, here's one particular woman that she's going to be miraculously pregnant. But at the same time, there's all this, she has like connections to the Davidic throne and, the tribe of Judah and Satan doesn't realize it at first, but all the messianic template stuff like Psalm 110 and, Psalm 2 and all the prophecies start to then emerge as being relevant to what Jesus will accomplish. So before faith came about, we were held in custody and confined under the law in preparation for the faith that was to be revealed. And so the law was our guardian until the Messiah came, so that we might be justified by faith. So now what's the implications now? Now that Jesus has arrived and he says, I haven't come to destroy the law, but to fulfill it, right? So now that faith has come about, we are no longer under a guardian. So then Paul repeats this whole same thing again, right? So God sent a son, born by woman, born under the law, in order to then solve the law issue because by solving the law issue, that then leaks out and bleeds out by solving all the Gentile codes, right? That because by implication they are under the influence of demonic, the fallen watchers and the Apkallu and blah blah blah, and so therefore that's verse 5. In order to redeem those who were under the law, and thus to adopt them as his children. Whoa! So now human beings can be now ontologically, they can become like the children of Yahweh. But wait, children of Yahweh is a special class. That we're talking the sons of God type. So how does this work? So see, now because you are his children, God has sent the Spirit of his Son into our hearts to cry out, Abba, Father. Whoa, any Jew hearing this they would consider this blasphemy, because how can you call God your Abba? Again, if Jesus is the second person in the Trinity, and therefore he calls his Father Abba, because he's in that Godhead connection. Remember the language in Romans 8? To be conformed to the Son, or to the image of the Son, means that when again, this now here comes the theosis implications. when you're glorified, or theosis in Christ, Christ then becomes the veil or the filter by which, or the curtain by which I can then, just as he can call the Father Abba, me as a mere creature and not part of the Trinity, but now adopted into that glorified theosis state, can do exactly what Jesus does to the Father, and that is not just see his face, but then also say Abba. So what does that also imply? Well, you are no longer a slave, but a child. And if you're a child, then you're also an heir because of what God did. Okay, now look at what verse 8 says. However, in the past, when you did not know God, you were slaves to things that are not really God's at all, right? And then obviously the next rhetorical question is, well, why do you want to go back to these powerless and bankrupt basic principles, right? Or the elemental spirits. Why do you want to go? Why do you want to become their slaves all over again, right? Because what that implies is that these are the deities that have been delegitimized at the cross. You know, think again, Colossians 2:14 and 15. And now verse 10, when Paul says you're observing days, months, seasons, years, right? This is a combination of, guess what? Deuteronomy 4:19, which in itself parallels 32:8, along with day 4 of Genesis 1. So 32:8 is all over the place. So coming back to, let's finish Plato's quote, and then I'll have my the people in attendance if you want to respond, and then we'll play the clip. So he says, thus did they guide all mortal creatures. Now different gods had their allotments in different places, which they set in order. Hephaestus and Athene, who were brother and sister and sprang from the same father, having a common nature, and being united also in the love of philosophy and art, both obtained as a common portion this land, which was naturally adapted for wisdom and virtue. And there they implanted brave children of the soil, and put into their minds the order of government. Their names are preserved, but their actions have disappeared by reason of the destruction of those who received the tradition and the lapse of ages. So, in conclusion, what does Heiser do with, and specifically I need to read this quote and then we'll conclude it over there. So in conclusion, what does Heiser say? He says, part of the good news of the gospel to those under God's dominion, remember again Galatians 4, you were slaves to these elemental spirits, was that they were free to turn from those gods and embrace Jesus. By the way, it's just come to mind, there's a fascinating inscription in Arabia. So on my channel, I've been doing, a whole Quran series. In 2021, so Gabriel Reynolds has touched on this. He has a YouTube channel as well. There's been Arabic inscriptions in what's called Sephardic, where in the Quran, when it has Isa, which obviously anyone who's read the Quran knows that that's basically Jesus, right? But linguists are at cross purposes, and they just don't understand how can Yeshua, or even the Greek form of it, become Isa. There's no linguistic connection. So it's literally we have to just throw our hands up, and especially when Muslims answer this, they're like, well, Allah, because it's inspired by Allah, that's his name. Up until this particular very fascinating discovery in 2021, where in Arabic inscriptions, the polytheistic Arabs held to a certain deity that was called Isa, that, believe it or not, means ransomer or redeemer, but more so ransomer. And I'm not making this stuff up, by the way. This is, I don't have the time to bring it up here, but just go Google Gabriel Reynolds, where then when you have Christians going into Arabia and evangelizing, that term had, like, the meaning of the term ransomer. It's like, hey, the Son of Man came to be a ransom, right? Mark 10. So they're like, whoa, it's like the whole Acts 17 thing all over again. To this unknown deity that you worship. It's like, hey, that term can be applied to this guy we're talking about, Jesus. He is the ransomer, not this Esau deity that you're worshipping. So then their natural, the next thing that they could do is, well, we have this word anyway that means ransomer. So we'll just now we'll take our attention away from this perspective of that we have of this deity and reapply it to this, to Jesus. And so that's how it came into the Quran. But Muslims don't realize the implications of what that Isa word means, because to be the ransomer means you also have to be a deity figure. So notice how, I'm just putting that as a side example, that when you evangelize, say, to Muslims, this is right in tandem to that. So the gospel to those under God's dominion, or the gods, in plural dominion, was that they were free to turn from those gods and embrace Jesus. That's exactly what those Sephardic inscriptions, that's a clear example of that. Which, by the way, is about 4th/5th century CE, so just before, like a century just before Muhammad comes on the scene. In fact, God was demanding their return to his family. The breach caused by the Babel rebellion had been closed. The gap between them and the true God had been bridged. That the authority of the rulers and authorities was nullified by the Most High does not mean that the supernatural forces of darkness allotted to the nations surrendered their charges. Paul knew his Old Testament, specifically that the final judgment of the gods was eschatological, connected to the day of the Lord. Nevertheless, their demise is in process. Paul's language about the cosmic rulers runs parallel to what we saw in the Gospels with respect to the demons. Jesus' announcement that the kingdom of God had come was accompanied by exorcisms. The point wasn't that there were no more demons. Exorcism accounts inform us quite clearly that both the demons and Jesus knew the fate of the powers of darkness was yet future. And again, the famous, like, what have you to do with us, O Son of God, have you come to torment, before that time, and, But here's the Enochian connection, because see, the phrase before the time points to a definite future destiny, and here's a quote. This is not Heiser saying this is Hagner in his Word Biblical Commentary on Matthew. The demons' subsequent question, right, is interesting from at least two aspects. First, in it, the demons recognize that at the eschatological judgment, they will experience God's judgment and the end of their power. Where is he getting this from? First Enoch 15-16, Jubilees 10, and the Testament of Levi. These are pseudepigraphical Second Temple texts. Second, they recognize that time, right, has not yet come. Jesus has, in effect, come too early. Do you notice that? They're like, you are the second person of the Trinity, and it's like, wait, it's already happening? And threatened their realm too soon. This, and don't forget, in Second Temple lingo, where is he getting that from? Oh, again, First Enoch 55. This, of course, fits in with Matthew's perspective of realized eschatology, that the kingdom has come, but in advance of its fullest and final coming. By the way, when I click on the footnotes, do the footnotes come on the screen or not really?
I didn't see any footnotes, no.
Okay, no, because I clicked on footnote 29, and that's okay.
By the way, not to interrupt, and before we continue, if you're not finished with what you're discussing, if you remember Drew from like our first part before this stream, he DM'd me with his own message that he wanted to say in regards to the panel discussion, in regards to Heiser utilizing Enoch 1, if you don't mind me reading it. And I want to read it so I don't leave him out, if you don't mind.
Yep.
It's quite long, so I'm just going to brush through it. Okay, so Drew, some of my notes of the Doreen Virtue video, if you want to bring them up in the panel discussion. 2250. If you were to interpret a 19th century newspaper article that you come across the term Spoondulix. What do you do? You should read contemporary literature and help you understand that, oh, Spoondulix was a slang term for money. Likewise, if you were to interpret 1 Peter, there, and come across the term spirits in prison, you should read contemporary literature to help you understand that, oh, spirits in prison was a way of referring to the Watchers. This is what Heiser is doing. He is not interpreting First Enoch as his source for doctrine. He is interpreting the biblical text as his source for doctrine and using contemporary literature to help him understand what the biblical authors meant by certain terms. The Bible was written for us, but not to us. In other words, we as 21st century Christians are meant to learn from the Bible as God's authoritative word. But we as 21st century Christians are not the immediate audience of the Bible. The immediate audience of the Bible was the people of Israel thousands of years ago. Therefore, in order to get the most out of God's word, we should read contemporary literature in order to understand what God might have meant when he inspired certain biblical phrases. 2340. Heiser does not think Enoch is canonical. If you go on Google and search, does Michael Heiser view Enoch as canonical? The answer will be no. He has said many times that Enoch is not canonical. He has a whole appendix in Reversing Herman, his book about Genesis 6 and First Enoch, dedicated to exploring the question of canonicity. He concludes that no, it is not canonical. What Heiser does with First Enoch is the same thing that a Shakespeare scholar does when they read literature about 16th century Europe. They're trying to understand to help them better interpret their material of expertise. I also think it would be helpful to say a few words about the concept of reading stuff into scripture. My belief, this is Drew, is that it is impossible to not read stuff into scripture because the process of interpreting any piece of literature involves taking the terminology being interpreted and running it through the filters of your worldview. In light of the fact that Elohim is a very flexible term, Heiser's claim that there is a plurality of Elohim is no different than the regular Christian claim that there is a plurality of angels. Isaiah 47:8 and Zephaniah 2:15 have Babylon and Nineveh claiming that there is no besides them. Are they saying that there are the only cities that existed? Probably not. Rather, they are saying that there are no cities on the same level as them. In light of that, Yahweh claiming that there is none besides him need not mean that he is the only spiritual being. It does mean that there is no spiritual being. There is no Elohim on the same level as him. I think what would really move this conversation forward is a good definition of what Elohim means. This is the heart of the disagreement, I believe. Heiser, and all of us, I assume, define Elohim as a broad term that refers to a powerful spiritual being. Most Christians would probably agree that powerful spiritual beings exist, and that there are many of them. Therefore, if this definition of Elohim is correct, then most Christians believe in more than one Elohim. That was Drew's DM to me, and again, I don't want to leave him out of the discussion.
Yeah, I talked about that last time when he put a stink on the word deity when he was referring to the Elohim discussion in the Divine Council. He's like, oh, God and these other deities. It's just he has a view of that, like where he places all these attributes on that word Elohim. When Heiser's talking about it, that Heiser's not placing on it. And yeah, so the Heiser's not trying to say that Enoch is this canonical sense. And it did seem like that is what they thought Heiser was doing when about an hour ago when we listened to them. And however, at the same time, they were still defending, ironically, the use of extra biblical literature or something like that, something that's either pseudepigraphical or like science fiction. They were defending that kind of use. They were defending polemical uses of other cultures' texts and things like that. But then missing that's basically what Heiser was talking about with respect to the Old Testament. They're fine with Paul doing it, apparently, because that fits their agenda to say, no, Paul's not not trying to say that by using Enoch that it's canonical. But then they'll say in the Old Testament, Genesis isn't polemically handling anything. Like they're not using anything outside of what they believe. And that's the problem that I saw that they were doing. Not that they were so much, like arguing with Heiser, but really that they just didn't understand what he was saying. Again, did they read it?
By the way, we may have a scholar that's joined us. Michael, are you the one that wrote the paper that I came across from Vetus? Vetus. What did the psalmist say about his hands and feet in Psalm 22?
Yeah, that was me.
Ah.
Yeah, I've got several videos on my channel that talk about that too, where I go into, I show like the visuals and stuff of the manuscripts, and I kind of almost feel like that's more helpful than the article. But
what the heck are you doing here, man? I'm technically a layman, biblical studies speaking, but I'm also in academia where I make an attempt, right?
Are you working on any degrees or anything, or?
Yeah, a master's with a minor in astronomy, so master's in engineering, but more mathematical.
Not like biblical studies or anything? Do you have any thoughts about that for the future, maybe, or?
Potentially, I'll have to start with languages, and the thing is that.
Oh, I thought do you not have any Hebrew under your belt?
No. Not like professionally. But for the sake of my own, growth, depending on the specialists themselves, I've written, say my own quote unquote commentaries, but I would like to call it sort of like diary notes, but very exhaustive of, say, my reading through, say, Mark's Gospel or, say, Daniel. And and it's given me, because I have a certain freedom, right? In other words, I'm not constrained. But at the same time, that can be also dangerous, right? Because if you're not constrained from a seminary perspective, then you can, you can then go out into woo-woo land and make up some random stuff. So I'm aware of that, but I designed my so-called diary notes to be expansive by including patristic quotes, latest in scholarship discussions, and the bibliography, if you see it, is practically critical scholarship. So, but yeah, it's interesting that how did you wait? Have you been a subscriber of this channel, or how did you come across the stream?
I've been on my other alternative channel, I guess. I was a subscriber. I just subscribed using this profile now, just a few minutes ago. But yeah, no, I came across you through the other Paul.
Okay, yeah, that Aussie,
yeah. So
yeah.
I guess, you folks in Australia kind of keep tabs on each other and stuff, and so that's how I found out about you. But I was trying to find some people out there who were, trying to address some of the more academic issues concerning the Bible, to learn from them, but also, because I've got some stuff that I'm trying to promote and stuff on my channel, and so just trying to get some share information with people and all that. But yeah, I mean, I've enjoyed, and especially since like your channel, I came across one of your videos that was really good, and it was just like a bunch of excerpts from Heiser trying to address the issue that was raised by Dan McClellan about Asherah.
Oh, the Asherah one? Yeah.
Yeah. I actually listened to that twice. It's very good.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I appreciate.
I kid you not. Have you read Francesca's book and Dan McClellan's, and even Kip going down that trajectory, Kip Davis? that first temple Israelites actually had a Yahweh idol with an Asherah figurine.
That a book they've written together, or
no? So Dan McClellan, with respect to his dissertation on the cognition, like he looks at
like the image
spatial cognition of images of the deities, blah blah, right? And he argues that through an argument from silence ultimately, but that polytheistic Israel was,
So he goes into that in his dissertation then.
In the one the monograph that's been published for SBL, the very recent one, and Francesca in her recent book God Anatomy also goes in that trajectory that there's the possibility for a Yahweh Asherah coupling in an actual idol-like sense, but not in a heretical perspective, but actually in like an orthodox perspective. So, like Deuteronomy 33 verse 2, that Ashidat, sort of a very peculiar broken word. McClellan will say, "Oh, that dalet there should be, so it's
instead of a dalet."
Yeah, and so therefore, oops, there you go. There's the Josiah reform. There's your Deuteronomistic sort of reform and editorial works, and therefore I'm going to like infer that there was at his right hand, but also in an idol form, right? In other words, before the exile. But there's no evidence for this. But what Heiser does is quite fascinating, where let's go along with the Asher coupling. If Asher is the wisdom of El, then the Lady Wisdom of Proverbs 8, and Jesus takes on the apogasma of that, so, yeah.
Well, I don't know if I'd want to go there, though, because then, I don't know, because, I mean, you wouldn't want to say that Yahweh coupled with Lady Wisdom either. That would be kind of weird. I mean, I guess.
Well,
that'd be
in the sense that the Book of Sirach and I think Wisdom of Solomon have Lady Wisdom as being enthroned. I mean, obviously grammatically it's feminine, but then the whole gender stuff should not be seen there, because you have wisdom sort of enthroned and being the judge of all, and then Jesus takes on wisdom ontology, or the titles that's applied to wisdom is applied to Jesus in like the Book of Hebrews, and so Heiser goes down that trajectory to say if there was an Asher Yahweh coupling, don't go down the polytheistic argumentation. What if it's still a monotheistic repurposing of the Asherah, idol as being the wisdom part?
Asherah can also just mean wife, right?
Yep.
So you wouldn't have to necessarily fill in all the attributes of the Canaanite Asherah.
Because there's modifications and upgrades.
I'm reluctant to do that, because I feel like if you start going down that path, then you can pretty much rationalize any kind of polytheistic thing that's going on, and because you get, I don't know, if you're smart enough, you can always figure some way to get around a problem, and I don't know. I wouldn't want to go in that direction. What I think a better counter argument against Dan and Francesca would be is, because they want to say that El and Yahweh were two separate deities, right? But then if they're already equated with one another in Deuteronomy 33, then that kind of goes against that idea, right? But yeah, I wanted to ask you guys something about Heiser, because I've read a decent amount of his stuff, but I don't know if I have an answer to this one. Like, he believes in the existence of other gods, right? Especially members of the Divine Council. And I follow him on that, and I understand Elohim has kind of a broader semantic range than our term God in English. But does he actually say that the pagan gods, like Baal, Asherah, Chemosh, that those gods exist, and that they too are members of God's divine assembly or council?
That, you see, that question really depends on if I was to bring in McClellan's dissertation as like the fiery serpents in Isaiah 6, are they actually fiery serpents ontologically? Therefore, what about, say, Zeus, which, when you go to, say, DDD, the entry on, not Zeus, sorry, Hercules, the DDD entry of Hercules, how that there's an actual very interesting connection back to the Baal figure of Elijah, like with the lightning, in First Kings, I think it's 18, right?
Yeah.
And so, in other words, do the gods morph due to cultural evolution? So Yahweh is a burning bush, but then he's the Ancient of Days. Those two images are totally different. So is there some sort of image that, like, ultimate image, or like an actual original? This is what I actually am.
Okay, so
Heiser has actually. Is that your question?
Well, okay, so like the sun is worshipped in lots of different cultures, right? You got Re in Egypt.
Yeah.
You've got Shamash in Mesopotamia and Canaan, Shamash. So they're given different names. It's kind of like the same deity, I guess you might say. And so that there's that verse in Deuteronomy chapter 4 where it says that God allotted the sun and the moon and the stars to all the different nations. And so is that kind of what he's saying? Like, so you got Re, he's allotted Re to the Egyptians, he's allotted Shamash to the Mesopotamians. It just seems like a strange, I don't know.
Yeah, but each of these cultures,
problematic.
but each of these cultures have they're seeing the same object in the sky, but there's a diversification of culture and language, relatively speaking, which can be explained naturalistically, like evolution and all that. So the study of anthropology can really bring to light the ever so subtle differences, where like a Far Eastern country seeing, say, the sun and the moon will have some certain traditions about it versus those in the Far West. Interestingly, by the way, here in Australia, the Aborigines, you have what's called the father emu.
Oh yeah, I heard you talking about that.
And when missionaries go, when they introduce, say, Psalm 23, the Lord is my shepherd, it's like, oh, we can modify that. Father emu is the one who gathers the chicks. And so the sun is called Re. But the sun is also Shemesh. Like you have the sun as depicted in these various forms, because of the language differences. But so then the pettiness of that is seen in Paul in Galatians 4, where he's literally saying these objects in the sky are not.
They're
gods.
not real gods by nature, he says. So he's going
exactly, which is very like a Richard Dawkins going back in time and being like a like an atheist to them, right? Like a naturalist. So that's really interesting that someone like Paul can go against the grain and say, no, they're just natural objects. But he's not discounting the supernatural parts of the psyop, the influence.
Well, the way I understand Paul is, so with that verse in Galatians, he seems to deny that the gods, at least what they think of as gods, that those actually exist. In 1 Corinthians 2, he says they're so-called gods, right? He says, but to us there is but one God. And so there may be many so-called gods. And then in Galatians, by nature, they're not really gods. So he seems to deny the existence of those gods, but he does associate them with demons. And so it seems almost like the demons, if I can kind of read between the lines, the demons, they saw this opportunity to sort of lay claim to...
Not to interrupt the conversation, but could it be the case of like humans making up gods in their own image and unclean Elohim that have just fallen away from Yahweh taking up such roles? So one unfaithful Elohim becomes Shemosh and another becomes Asherah. Could it be something along those lines?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to get at, was like they sort of usurp the position of those gods. Those gods don't actually exist, but they kind of fill the role, as it were, and they kind of lay claim to that title of Baal or Chemosh or whatever.
Yep.
That's kind of reading between the lines of what Paul actually says, but
and don't forget, he's juxtaposing the Shema. So Deuteronomy 6 has multiple gods in that chapter. So you have the Shema, right? But then you have throughout Deuteronomy, specifically 6 moving forward, he's the God of gods, the Lord of lords. And so but don't forget, he's using the Septuagint. So you have gods and lords there. Then when he comes to verse 6, and he interplays. So for unto us there is one God, the Theos of the Shema, the Father, and one Kurios, the Yahweh, and then Jesus. So he interplays Theos, Kurios, Father, Son, with respect to the gods. But I would then sort of push back and say, well, what about also chapter 10 and 11? When you're going down the issue of the cup of the Lord, right, with the demon stuff, and then chapter 2, by the way, the archons are mentioned. Chapter 15, the same thing. The rulers, the powers, the authorities have been subjugated to this resurrection power that Jesus has performed. And
well, that's what I was saying, is he seems to deny them the status of gods, right? So he may be using the term theos in a more restricted sense than the biblical authors in the Old Testament use the word Elohim. Because he does seem to deny that title to the pagan gods in those 2 books, Galatians and 1 Corinthians. So I mean, that's just a semantic difference there. I mean, conceptually, he's still taking the same view. He's just using different terms. So he calls them principalities and powers and demons and all the rest. But he doesn't seem willing to grant them that title of theos. And that would kind of fit more with our perspective, because we're so used to using the word God with respect to just, the one God. So it's kind of an interesting semantic dialogue going on between the Old and the New Testaments, maybe. Do you guys feel that way too?
Yeah.
Maybe
I do.
Yeah.
And also, just to I'm just going to add some more people to the, like, Kevin, are you going to discuss this particular, like, are you into Heiser stuff? And Are you also going to add your responses to Doreen's video?
Oh, sorry. I basically just joined to listen. I'm pretty familiar with Heiser's material. I studied most of his stuff for about 7 years or so. But I've been kind of listening back and forth, so I'm probably not prepared to comment too much. So,
Okay.
but thank you
No,
for
but
the
feel free to.
opportunity.
Don't be shy. You can.
And also,
okay.
again, not to interrupt, Ronan, good to see you, my dude.
Ronan.
What's going on, guys? Hello, my favorite. Hello, my favorite. Well, you guys are about
Tea
the
sipping sissy. That's
yeah,
fine. Don't worry about it.
about the only tea sipping sissies I know on the internet. How are you guys doing? Yeah,
Right.
Well, I tried to make the habit of trying to wake up at the 4 o'clock golden hour, but right now I had this habit of getting my sleep cut off, so I just decided, oh, Rob's online. I think I'm gonna go inside.
Nice. By the way, sorry if I
Alright,
cut you off,
yeah.
Rob and Kevin.
No, it's all right.
That's it.
Last time before I got into the StreamYard, I heard something along the lines of wisdom being a girl and all that, like it has a feminine gender to it. So I'm thinking like for some reason, when Solomon was writing down Proverbs, I think he had the idea of picturing wisdom as a girl. Because what came into my mind is like probably Solomon had his hands on Greek literature or the Greek pantheon. So you're thinking, oh, okay, so they view wisdom as a girl. Okay, maybe I'll just slip that kind of writing in to paint a picture that, oh, look, wisdom is of God. But I'm not sure if that's actually confirmed. I mean, that's
No,
what I
I
was
wouldn't.
getting
I
at.
wouldn't go down that trajectory because even the word Torah,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
is feminine. So
Mm-hmm. Well, in
Jared
short, wisdom's
Matthews.
a girl.
What's up, Rob?
Jared, it's been a while.
I know, bro. I've been busy.
Dang, man. All right. Well, I'm glad you've been busy. By the way, where is oh, there you are, Michael. There you go.
Yeah, sorry about that. Internet connection.
I'm looking for a paper, by the way, that is a pre-published paper in my drive that actually does a fascinating juxtaposition, like in a table form, of the structure of Corinthians.
Hey, while you're looking for that, can I mention something?
Yeah, go for it.
So I'm kind of writing an article on this whole idea of what the Old Testament talks about with regard to the pagan deities. And there's a few passages where it does seem to deny that they exist. So that's what I was kind of interested in this article, looking at some of those. Psalm 96, 4-5 says that the gods are nothings. It does like a play on words. They're not Elohim, they are Elohim. Through this play on words, the psalmist suggests that the heathen gods are not deserving of this title. Similarly, in Psalm 97:7, everyone that serves an idol is said to boast in nothings. Again, Elohim. The psalmist then exclaims, "Bow down to him, all you gods." That's Elohim. Such obeisance is not what we would expect from those who are gods really and truly. That's kind of implicit there, but if they were, thinking about the Canaanite pantheon, would we expect for Baal and Asherah? I guess Asherah does bow to El, but so maybe that's not the greatest argument there. I don't know. The heathen gods are also envisaged as non-entities whenever they're said to lack the ability to see, hear, or do anything. There's lots of verses about that. The images of these gods were, of course, constructed of inanimate materials, but the characterizations here are not of the images, but of the gods themselves. The biblical authors appear to have been seizing upon the deaf, dumb, and lifeless images as appropriate symbols of the gods that they represent, because these gods are themselves lifeless, man-made creations. Anyway, did you find your thing?
Yep, I found it. That's interesting. Definitely send that my way. I want to read that.
Yeah, and there's narratives and stuff too that I could mention too, if you guys want to hear that. But go ahead for now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this by Benjamin Giffon is, I think, how you pronounce his name here.
It's Giffon, but fine.
Okay. An SBL meeting in 2018. Eat, pray, love, sacrifice, healing, and ritual sexuality as unifying motifs. And if I go right to the end, he does something interesting with this table, which I'll just use a pan symbol thing here, so I can zoom right in.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me about what little things that every other denomination fights about. Like, is it right for you to eat beef? Is it right for you to abstain from pork? Is it good to whether or not abstain from alcohol, or is it necessarily a sin or not sin command? Because from what my pastor has sermoned to us, the Corinthians are blessed to the brim with tenets of doctrine, tenets of which is okay and which is right. But because of this gift, because of this blessedness, that's what also caused them to fight against one another. Like, should I or should I not eat meat sacrificed to idols? And then within that center, there's this thing called, well, we know that an idol doesn't do anything. But then you have another side of Christians who are really, really, really can't speak for, not necessarily that they are the final authority for scripture, but they're the ones who tell you, hold on a minute. Fine, an idol doesn't do anything, but remember, this thing literally represents everything that we believe against. And then it's just, you have this dilemma, which isn't exactly where both sides aren't necessarily wrong. It's like two people fighting over a figure 6 or a figure 9, and then is it really a 6 or is it really a 9? And then they assert that thing. That's what this table reminds me of. Marriage and singleness. Do you have to be married, or is it okay to be single for life? I don't know. Depends on your calling, maybe. That's what it reminds me of. This table reminds us of small little things that divides us, but yet gives us distinction between what my denomination and your denomination believes. But we can't necessarily say it's false doctrine or heresy. So it's one of these small controversial issues that we tend to fight over, but in reality we could say, oh, this isn't really a big deal. But for the Corinthians, who had all these who were blessed with right doctrine or sound doctrine, they can't help but fight with one another. Anyway, that's my input for now.
Also, we really, forgive me for saying this, but we really need to get back to the Dorian response.
I was
okay.
Michael,
about to
feel
stop
free to.
this whole thing and say, no, let's get back to the video. It's been over an hour.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Cloud Rider told me to keep you on track.
Yeah, good. I'll just quickly show this to Michael, just for the sake of like, if he's interested to track this later on. But this is a 2018 SPL paper that was presented, and here he showcases when you actually combine from chapter 8, so the idol meets Christian liberty themes, down all the way to, see how the head covering issues even included, basically verse 34 of chapter 11. Over here you have the notice from, say, chapter 10 verse 14 to 22, communing with Christ or with fallen divine council members through drinking and eating. So he goes down that trajectory, showcasing that from chapter 8, which to see eating sacrificial food as communing with non-gods, right? Hence the so-called gods and lords statement. But then it starts to then, as you keep reading into chapter 9 and chapter 10, the emergence of the reality of the divine council members, the fallen watchers stuff, with respect to the the shadim, right, or the unclean spirits, with the cup of the Lord, right? So this is a fascinating paper. This is just a table summarizing his argument, but overall, this presentation is quite interesting. So I just want to give you a heads up on that.
Yeah, check it out. Is it?
As you can see here, by the way, he quotes Heiser on the Unseen Realm. So
yeah. Is it? Has he posted it on like academia.edu or anything?
Yes, it is. Basically, this is his name, Benjamin D. Giffon, and basically look up his name. He has his own website. He's been pumping a lot of presentations at SPL and ETS.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Back to. So
Finally.
To conclude, what?
Finally, we're back to where we're supposed to go.
Yes. So, I finished that quote, and I think that's all that needs to be said. Like, because then Heiser will go into then the relevant New Testament passages that the resurrection leads into this, the destroying of every rule, authority, blah blah. Okay, so let's come back to the video.
By the way, how are you accessing this book of his? Like, is that Logos or what is?
Yeah, that's Logos. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I need to get some other. I've been using Bible Works this whole time, but Bible Works sort of went belly up a few years ago. So whenever I'm not going to be able to keep using this forever because eventually the browsers aren't going to, or the what do you call it, the systems or whatever, when they update, I'm not going to be able to keep using it. Anyway, go ahead.
All right, here we go.
Dr. Nunnally, could you please, from a biblical standpoint, with your incredible knowledge of Hebrew and Judaism, could you talk about what the Bible says about Nephilim, please?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, and probably we'll end up talking more about what the Bible doesn't say about the Nephilim. So Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. The Nephilim were in the earth in these days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, they bore children to them, and these were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. I have not read absolutely every word that Dr. Heiser has written, nor have I watched all of his voluminous podcasts. But what I've not seen in the things that I have read and watched, I have not seen this chronological or temporal indicator and also afterward. So you have a bifurcation, a distinction in time periods by the biblical author with that language of v'gam acharechein, this and also afterward, that separates chronologically. That word acharei, after, is a temporal indicator. It's a time stamp thing that says that there are these Nephilim, but then there are also these other people that are the sons of God, and then their interaction with daughters of men, and they bore this next generation of mighty men of who were of old, men of renown. It's too bad that he's passed away because I can't ask him now. No. Okay, so who are these Nephilim? Okay,
Okay, so just a quick comment on that particular bit. So there is a dissertation. I'm not kidding. I think it's 2019, that is literally titled, let's see here, let's see, wait, I'm pretty sure I had that, wait, Genesis 6.
Is the title of the dissertation and also afterward?
Yeah, Doedens, 2019, The Sons of God in Genesis 6, Analysis, History of Exegesis. So basically it's a dissertation on the history of exegesis by Jaap Doedens, but it's spelled Jaap. I'll bring up the screen share. Change it to that, and then I just need to zoom right in over here. Zoom. That's this particular dissertation. And in this, he demonstrates the various ways you can actually pass the text. In other words, one of the interpretations is that the Nephilim group are actually their own isolated group, not connected to the sons of God entering the women. In other words, while the sons of God were doing what they were doing with the women, simultaneous to that, there was this group called the Nephilim also doing their stuff. That's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is that the Nephilim are the product of this event. But what's curious is, again, if you go down the redactional route, there's an editorial comment that says, oh, and also afterward, that these beings were running around. Now, Heiser will point out that, and this is not original to him, so commentaries like, by, say, Gordon Wenham, in his WBC commentary on Genesis, will say that the Hebrew there can also mean whenever. So instead of saying when so Nephilim were on the earth in those days, when the sons of God to the women, it can also be rendered as the Nephilim were on the earth in those days whenever the sons of God. So that's a potential argument, the potential translation. The point is that the editorial comment, which is post-flood, points out that these beings were existence pre-flood and post-flood. So the Numbers 13 report, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. So the and also afterward, he takes that to mean after the flood. And that whatever scribe or whatever like editorial change that shoved that thing in there to emphasize the fact that the flood, since I hold it to be local, and Heiser does something very interesting, which I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this. There was a question that was asked to Heiser about the whole notion of why Canaan. Why this constant push westward to Canaan? So I'm of the opinion, based on anthropological discussions I've had with anthropologists,
that the Persian Gulf was the so-called Eden stuff. And the flood was actually the spilling in of the Indian Ocean that then formed the Persian Gulf. Naturally, then the Urartu range, right, the Ararat mountain range, that's the Noah's Ark landing tradition start to emerge. Mount Judy would be the Syriac tradition. There's a paper by Edward Lipinski, a 1970s paper that's titled El's Abode, with respect to the thematical connection between Hermon and the Armenian mountains. And so then it's fascinating because the chase is on, because now you have a migration then from the Armenian range towards Canaan. And so just after the flood and then the Tower of Babel, you have this chase, which then Heiser argues polemically that, say, Joshua's wars, and that it's basically culling out the Nephilim issue. That, in other words, the spillage of the post-flood Nephilim, let's just say. And as you may know, in like the Genesis Apocryphon, and like Second Temple texts will try and give solutions, attempted solutions, that the Nephilim survived because maybe Noah was a Nephilim, or maybe there was some sort of Nephilim gene, or maybe one of the sons of God, got Noah's wife pregnant, and then they had that debate with each other. And so these are attempts by Second Temple Jews to try and explain, how were the Nephilim around still, despite the flood? So I argue the flood's local. Heiser argues the flood's local. And you have vestiges that survived, moved west. And then when Jesus is standing on Mount Hermon and saying, upon this rock I'll build my church, now comes the first Enoch imagery, because that text literally says the watchers descend on Hermon. And Greco-Roman tradition has the temple of Zeus and Pan and so on at that site, and called it literally the gates of hell, the gates of Hades. And anyway, those are my thoughts. What's your thoughts, Michael?
With regard to Genesis, what is it, 6:4? I find that so it's Vigam Achare Chen, and also afterwards. So if that is a later redaction, which could be, then it would be maybe a biblical author who was thinking about some of the references to the Nephilim in the later books, like post-flood, right? Mm-hmm. Like in Deuteronomy, I think, or in Numbers, or just giants. They're called by different names, but they certainly exist. Mm-hmm. I hadn't thought about that in that verse, but that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, so there seems to be an intentional connection by the author. It's not, here, let me just throw out this name. Now let me continue my story. which seems to be like, I was picturing in my head, like the discussions of the possible renderings of this and explaining what the additional and also afterwards means. Like, are they interrupting to say the Nephilim were there in those days, and also afterwards now something else is occurring, and then I was like, okay, in my head now we're talking about what the writer's intent was just from writing a complete thought. And I'm picturing these knights, maybe you've seen them before, in a cave, and they're reading this inscription in the cave, and they can't decide whether the author died writing or if that's the name of the castle. Mm-hmm. And they have this discussion. It's like, well, if you were dying, you wouldn't bother to write you would just say it, Obviously they intended to write because they would not be writing that as they died. So it's the castle So then we go to, what is the author writing? Well, the Nephilim and the sons of God, like that's one thought. There's this sort of a spoiler interruption in there, and also afterwards, because if you're going to say an editor put that in, they're possibly breaking this up. They're not going to go all the way and then show you that these things are still around. They want you to know right there, or maybe it's just like a personal note type thing. Like they're not going to actually read that out. That, hey, yeah, that's right. They were there before, and then you're going to find out that they're also there later.
How do y'all explain the existence of the Nephilim after the flood? Is that once again the spirits of the giants having sexual relations with females?
No.
Like, can they just keep doing that on and on?
Well, that's Venom's argument, because he renders the when, the sons of God, XYZ, he says it's whenever, which Heiser picks up on it, by the way, in Unseen Realm. What I'll do is, for the sake of the audience and for the sake of like, forgive me for rabbit trailing and nerding out with Michael here, but for the sake of keeping this as a response of it to Dorian, here is, I'll just open up the transcript of Heiser's podcast and go to that page. And what I'll do is I'll zoom in. There's actually a number of questions Heiser has received on his podcast. And, oh wait, I'm not sharing my screen. There we go. Now you should see it. So he's asked this question, which is connected, by the way, to the question you raised. And I'm going to showcase two questions that Mike was asked. So, in this one, it says, I've always wondered, how can anyone be a descendant of the Nephilim after the flood? I mean, by what mechanism? Not saying that it is impossible. A global flood would have wiped out all the Nephilim. A local flood would be targeted at where the Nephilim lived. Or else it would be kind of pointless. In either case, if Noah's family was chosen to continue the human race, it would be counterproductive if he himself had Nephilim lineage, which is he's basically, there's a subtle, I don't know if this particular person asking the question, if he's thinking of the Qumran texts that go in that trajectory. But anyway, is the mechanism of the inheritance spiritual rather than genetic? Is it merely a vocational sonship? In other words, the giants in Canaan adopting the title of the Nephilim and Rephaim due to their coincidental similarity in size or behavior, or perhaps influenced by the whispers of the Rephaim locked away in Sheol through some sort of possession, medium, necromancy. So then Heiser says, well, the fact that a third option is excluded from Scott's description leads me to wonder if he's read Unseen Realm. Because in his work, I go through the various options, so that's the first element. Skip. The way the question is worded also presupposes some things, saying that, like assuming global flood, sure, but you can have a local or regional flood. But then he says, well, that's directed at the Nephilim anyway. Well, we're losing the factor of... Now, this is where it gets more fleshed out in his response to the second question, which I'll bring up. So I'm sort of building up Heiser's argument that was going to become the Unseen Realm 2 book, believe it or not. Because in my personal interactions with Mike, in email exchanges, and also with the book announcement that was recently published, I was hoping right up until the last days of his, leading up to his death, I was hoping he was, working on a project that this is his pet topic technically. So in other words, Unseen Realm, Reversing Hermon, Angels and Demons, these are all like stepping stones to the issue of why are the Nephilim sort of popping up everywhere. So he says, so we are losing the factor of the sea peoples in this, which were part of the Nephilim heritage or inheritance, and migrations and whatnot from other parts of the Aegean. So if the flood, and then he's basically saying, this is all spitballing here because we don't know, but if the flood was regional in the sense that it's Mesopotamia and Canaan, let's just widen it, and all up into the Asia Minor, well, you still have the sea peoples in the Aegean. They do pretty well with water. They know how to build ships. I mean, it may not even reach that far. I mean, this is all speculative. But you can see how and why people have opted for a local flood as part of a way to handle this. And Heiser then doesn't really go into more specific details. But I want you to take note of this statement he has over here. It says, this is an old question, which is interesting because, again, the whole why Canaan question, Heiser is not raising this up. This is an old scholarly question. So, now to go to his more fleshed out answer, and that's on, let's see, that's on this page here. Okay. Now, this happened, the prior one happened in podcast 301. This is like podcast 314. So number of podcasts have transpired. 14 podcasts. Here's a question. Instead of giving Israel the land of Canaan, why didn't God just give them Egypt? Both lands are good lands. Both lands had idolatrous nations inhabiting them. God had already defeated Egypt. Is there anything that makes the land of Canaan better than the land of Egypt? Other than it was just the promised land? Now notice Heiser. Now, I don't know why, I suppose this is typical of Heiser, but I don't know why he was so like salty and short with the prior question. But he actually takes the time to flesh it out more now. So he says, this is an old question that really takes us into Unseen Realm 2 territory. And because of that, it's really impossible to answer this in any really coherent way. This is a thesis topic, or one that would make several chapters in an Unseen Realm 2 book to cover. If you, or those of you listening, okay, I'm going to skip all that. He's basically saying, my answer is going to be brief, and if you're not already familiar with practically all of his works, then this attempted sort of like thesis that he has will come across as like too much information in a very short context.
Right.
So basically he says, I think the answer to why Canaan is made comprehensible when you know about the Amorites and Amorite migrations. These are historical events and peoples. The Amorites are a big deal. I think God chose Canaan because that is where the concentration of the Genesis 6, the flood chaos fallout, had settled. Through the Amorites, and then later the Hittites and the Hurrians, and then the Sea Peoples. Now, a number of the people group names of the conquest and the rationale for the devote to destruction bans are linkable to the Amorites and the Hittites and the Hurrians, and of course the Sea Peoples. All of these groups are sort of intertwined because of migrations and invasions that wind up not exclusively in Canaan. But Canaan becomes kind of ground zero for these people groups that all have traditions. Now notice this. This is the spooky part. They all have traditions about their own descent from the flood and from the gods of the flood account. So that's why I think Canaan is important. All roads link back somewhere to these people, and specifically the Amorites. The Amorites have these traditions. The biblical writers looked at the Amorites very negatively because the initial Amorite migration actually sweeps through Babylonia, sweeps through Mesopotamia. What we think of and what the biblical writers thought of as Babylonians, in other words, so basically the Bible polemics is that Babylon is basically anti-Eden, an anti-Eden place, is actually Amorite. Hammurabi was an Amorite. He was an Amorite king, part of the Neo-Babylonian Empire. A significant part of Nebuchadnezzar's agenda was to revive the Amorite dynasties that had gone before him. This is why Og of Bashan is referred to as an Amorite king. Amos 2 calls the tall enemies of the conquest Amorites. So then, in conclusion, this is the concluding paragraph. I realize that none of this is going to make sense. None of this is going to form a coherent picture in anybody's mind. Because what I'm giving you is a fragmentary, because this question far exceeds, all, the question in time. But in a nutshell, that's why I think Canaan was important, because of who wound up possessing the land before Israel gets there, and the fact that those people were direct descendants, both conceptually and physically, from these places that had these flood traditions that viewed themselves as, notice this, descendants of the Apkallu. So I think we have a matrix of ideas working here. Canaan becomes a focal point because those are the people who are in this place, in this land. And if I'm correct in Unseen Realm, that the rationale actually for the harem, the devoted destruction, is specifically designed to eliminate the descendants of the flood that extend from the Nephilim, which is the Apkallu. If that is correct, then that helps us understand why Canaan was the place God chose to put his own people and to settle there. In other words, it was a direct reversal of the anti-Eden chaos that we read about in pre-flood and during the flood days. So yeah, that's Heiser's.
That's from one of his podcasts.
That was a question which, when I heard that particular day, doing, I forget now what I was doing, but I would listen to his podcast, in the background. And then when the question rose, I was just like, oh my goodness, Christmas. And then his answer was like Christmas on top of Christmas. And I've never forgotten that part. Out of all the episodes he's done, like, that's always stood out at me. And then finally when the transcript came out, I preserved it. So
yeah, it's funny. I thought I had heard him say something to that effect somewhere, and I don't remember when or where. But yeah, that's an interesting, such a different take from. Have you guys come across that recent apologetic approach where they, like, the way to respond to the critics of the conquest is really to downplay and to kind of say, oh, it really wasn't all that bad. It was mostly hyperbole and bravado, but they weren't really killing all these people and all that.
Like K. Lawson Younger's work and
what's that?
Like Lawson Younger's work on the hyperbolic nature of the text, and even John Goldengate goes in that trajectory, by the way, in his very recent 2023 Joshua commentary. He takes it from the perspective that it's heavily, hyperbolic. And are you, out of curiosity, are you familiar with Jeff Rose?
No.
So here's a Springer book 2 years ago. And then we'll get back to the video, by the way.
Who was the guy that wrote Is God a Moral Monster?
No. No. Jeff Rose is an anthropologist working in the Persian Gulf at the moment.
I'm not associating him with Paul Copan. That's it.
Yeah.
I thought he was kind of the one that got that whole, it wasn't all that bad.
Yeah, yeah. Paul is relying on K. Lawson Younger's work.
Is he? Okay.
But this work is in tandem to Heiser's thesis, by the way, because I interviewed Jeff Rose 3 times. Finally, he published this work. It was basically 12 years in the making. So he came out with a paper in 2010 calling the Persian Gulf during what's called the Pleistocene era, so just before the Holocene that you and I are in, which is from 12,000 BC onwards. So prior to that, you have a oasis in the Persian Gulf. So there is no Persian Gulf. And in this work, it's a scientific work, so it's not religious. He says, what I'll do is I'll just go straight to, let's see. This is, as you can see, table of contents. I'm going to zoom in. Notice, see this Ka here is to do with thousands of years. So out of Arabia, 70 to 50,000 Ka, the great human bottleneck. Then you have what's called the last glacial maximum. So now he's basically arguing that, notice, the well-watered garden, that the people that migrated out of Africa, that then became what you and I would call the Genesis chapter 2 to chapter 6 range. There's something going on. Notice this apotheosis, forbidden fruit, demon of the southern wind, right? Days of misfortune. There's something there was something that happened in that region, which then these flood traditions and even the ancient Near Eastern flood accounts and so on speak about as a shared memory. So he's looking at this completely naturalistically, which is fascinating. So if I click on this, by the way, what I'll do is because by the way, the demon of the southern wind. So this is the demon bird. The Anzu demon bird, and so here's the Persian Gulf, by the way. And so here originally there's no water, and then suddenly there's a flooding in, right? And these black dots are all the settlements of humans. And these people were sort of just like the current day marsh Arabs. So in other words, they built housing and even their boats out of reeds. And what's fascinating is that the gopher term in Genesis 6. So gopher, let me just bring it back to...
This is all fresh water, right?
Potentially. That's a good question. Maybe if you can check that out as someone...
Because it wasn't linked with the Persian Gulf. Am I following you correctly?
No, so there was no... Well, you have spots of like in that whole, because the Persian Gulf is a very flat plain. So you have spotty sort of marshy areas and so on. At the time, because it was an oasis, you're talking about high precipitation levels and basically a garden-like paradise there. That as the onset of a ice age starts to close up, and then in 12,000, so you have what's called the Younger Dryas event, a meteorite hitting Greenland, and all these temperature spikes that are erratic then becomes very stabilized for the next 9,000 years. So we're living through I would argue, the providential means of this last glacial maximum as then the ability to bring about agriculture and farming because of now this very peculiar stable climate that now is obviously exponentially going up because of greenhouse. And so John Walton in his The Lost World of the Flood actually brings this out. So he says that the term gopher is, until there was a study done in 2010 where they discovered that there's an Akkadian loanword. So that before, when all the scholars were confused as to how to render gopher like cedar wood or no, it's actually reed. So make yourself a vessel of stalks from a reed hut. With reeds, you will make the vessel and tar it inside and out with bitumen. So that's Walton's preferred, that's his attempted translation of the passage. So now coming back to Jeff Rose, that does correlate, right, anthropologically. And basically, here you go. Here's again depictions. In other words, this would be Noah's Ark, just to be blunt. So and also the animals that go on Noah's Ark would be farm animals. So it's a house. And don't forget, the text also speaks about the roof of the ark, right? Not a window like the King James rendering, but an actual 1 cubit high arch with respect to the roof size. So it's a floating house basically made out of reed stalks.
Do you have a picture of Irving Finkel's ark?
Yes, I think Rose has it in here somewhere, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that would more accurately represent, if you're going off of, the Genesis story,
like a coracle
understanding
shaped
things a little
sort
bit
of.
differently.
Yeah. I don't. I forget now on which page, but I'm pretty sure he had one.
Okay.
Yeah, but just think. So if anyone's out there is wondering what that is, just think like a circular sort of like craft. But coming just specifically to conclude with this, though. So he says that. Let's see. In chapter 3, we learned of tropical cyclones that form over the Indian Ocean and occasionally strike the coast of southern Arabia. Under certain circumstances, such storms have the potential for monstrous destruction. So you have what's called the Grey Swan, and let's skip. So the probability of a Grey Swan cyclone making landfall in the Gulf is correlated with sea surface temperatures, and okay, let's just skip all that. He's talking about a 2015 situation as a classic test case. But notice what he does here. The tale of violent storm wreaking havoc upon prehistoric society who lived along the shores of the Gulf is among the most commonly repeated refrains in Middle Eastern literature, spanning 4 millennia of mythic traditions. Each version of the story references torrential rains, giant storm surge, dark skies, high winds. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the text specifies strong winds blowing from the south. Compare for yourselves the various iterations of the flood. So Eridu says, all evil winds, all stormy winds gathered into one, and with them the flood swept over the cities of the half-bushel baskets. Then the Atrahasis, so the sky turned dark so no one could see anyone else. The flood roared toward them like a bull and like a wild ass. The wind screamed overhead. There was no sun, and darkness hid the land. Ninuta opened the clouds and water poured over the land. Then you have the Epic of Gilgamesh. The thunder god Adad rumbled in the cloud, and storm gods Shular and Hanish went over mountains and land. Irigal pulled out the mooring pools, and the dikes overflowed. The Anunnaki gods lit up the land with their lightning. Which, by the way, that's interesting, the mention of Anunnaki here. And there was stunned shock at Adad's deeds, which turned everything to blackness. The land was shattered like a pot. Now notice this. All day long, the south wind blew rapidly, and the water overwhelmed the people like an attack. No one could see his fellows. They could not recognize each other in the torrent. Now, what do we see in Genesis? And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth, the fountains of the great deep burst forth. So the question now is, okay, where would the fountains of the deep be relative to this geographical location? Because, don't forget, ancient Near Eastern cosmology, flat earth, the disk, like you had the land in the center of a disk associated perspective of your known world. So in other words, the outer edges of the disk would be all water, which, believe it or not, does match the psychology of, when we look at Mesopotamia, it looks like water surrounding the Arabian Peninsula, right? So that means the fountains of the great deep. So the Tehom, where the chaotic waters are located. It's like spilling in language, basically. Because don't forget, it's not just saying random spots in Earth's geography that suddenly water's like sprouting up and shooting up in the sky. No, this is interesting language. It's like suddenly there's a burst of, like a tsunami, so to speak. And then this language, and the windows of heaven were open, and the rain was upon the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. So, again, even currently you have these weather systems, as you can see here, like this particular cyclone that actually goes in that particular trajectory. And so, yeah, I can go on and on. Like he basically argues for, that this particular language matches the flood accounts very well. Now, the reason why, just to summarize all that, the reason why I brought that up is because Wave is not really giving notice in that answer, he's not really giving his solution for what the Nephilim are, or who the Nephilim are. And by the way, Jeff Rose in that work, again, he's not coming at this supernaturally. He's just basically saying, well, they are a group of people that were able to digest milk and other foods. So they became, through evolutionary means, they became taller people. So like closer to 6 foot or 6.5 feet, which interestingly is Goliath's height in the Dead Sea Scrolls, as compared to the 5-footers that could not eat these certain products. So, in other words, Jeff Rose is basically saying, is there a completely naturalistic thing that then became myth into, what we read? Could it be a both and potential? Anyway, quick comments by everyone before I continue with the video.
Like when you talked about giants and then there were these 6-footers who could consume milk. I'm not sure what you mean with milk, maybe cow's milk, I don't know, but could be one of that, could be a thick substance that, like you said, that these people could consume. And yeah, by evolutionary means, or let's say by adaptation, or I guess by natural structure, when these guys got bigger and then their descendants, oh yeah, they're going to be bigger as well. And yeah, that explains probably why we have people like Goliath, or if this is not a stretch, this is why we have, I guess, people in the Netherlands or Scandinavian areas that, like, they're really head extended, neck extension tall. Like, you have to look them up before you even start conversing with them. Yeah. And basically, I read a few commentaries where you were elaborating on this. When all I got from is like, when they said the sons of God and the daughters of men, that referred, to, according to the commentaries, it referred to, it's a bunch of church fathers and a bunch of Western theologians. It talks more about the descendants of Seth mingling or having union with the daughters or children of Cain. And so when I read that, kind of reminds me of Jesus talking about, or making the analogy of, you can't mix old wine, or you can't put old wine in a new wineskin, or you can't put new wineskin, or you can't put new wine in an old wineskin, because it just ruins everything. Or let's say when he makes this analogy in Romans 7 that you're not to be, that he uses the analogy of marriage, that you were once a husband, you were once married to sin, but now you're dead to it. You're a widow to it. You're widowed to it. Now you are now married to right. You are now married to righteousness. This and that. I mean, there's just so much. There's just so much interweaving in these things, and we ought to be really alert for those things, that when Jesus speaks in parables, he could be commenting or quoting from the Old Testament. So yeah, that's just look out for that, folks. That's all I'm going to put out there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, do you want me to bring up the milk stuff from what Jeffro says, or like, does anyone else have comments? Or
I think we should get back to the video.
We should.
Yeah, I may need to jump off here pretty soon.
Okay.
I may pop in again later, but yeah, I broke my shoulder. It's one of the reasons I have all this free time right now. I'm just basically sitting in a chair for like the next 2 months or so.
Okay.
My proximal humerus shoulder bone, and it is just one of the worst types of breaks you could imagine. So trying to recover from that. But I need to go do a little bit of therapy, I think. So.
Okay. Yeah.
But I will talk to you guys later, I guess. Thanks for letting me.
All right, Katja, thanks for joining us.
Sure. All right. See you.
All right. What I'll do is I'll just quickly. This is just, I promise you, on development. It's just like just a few paragraphs where after that flood account or flood event, say around 12,000 BC thereabouts, you have goat domestication in the Fertile Crescent, say around 10,000. So if Noah's Ark lands in the North Armenian range, that then matches the goat domestication stuff in the Fertile Crescent area, which obviously leads to, drinking milk and agricultural stuff. And so Rose actually brings up this interesting site where there's an excavation of 42 female cow skulls intentionally placed in an interlocking ring with their snouts pressed into the ground, encircling a bull skull in the center. This is just the art depiction of that. And he basically says, look, it dates to 6,400 years ago, right? Coinciding with one of the Middle Holocene mega droughts. So there is a massive drought post-flood. Archaeologists interpret this place as a ceremonial feasting. Anyway, I'm going to skip down. And he's basically saying, look, at the start of this book, I promised you mythical giants in the land of Al-Akaf. And I intend to deliver on that promise. Let us review a few key facts thus far. Neolithic cattle herders spread across the grasslands of Arabia during the Middle Holocene. And over the course of the Neolithic, they developed a lactase persistence mutation, which enabled them to digest milk from cattle. In contrast to the northern Fertile Crescent, these Neolithic communities did not develop agriculture. And so there are a few such cattle herding societies left on Earth to envision the Neolithic people of South Arabia, and he's going to go into all that stuff. But basically, a comparative study of historical records showed that Native Americans living in the Great Plains were the tallest in the world during the 19th century, and yeah, so that's the trajectory where he goes, and he tries to look at this through those means, I suppose. So, okay, I'm going to bring back the video now. All right.
Root of the word in and then F and L, nafal in Hebrew. It means to fall or fall down, right? Okay, I got that. But you can't just go with etymology. You've got to go with context. Don was talking about it earlier.
Right.
Right. So where else do we hear about these Nephilim? The next place we hear about it in the biblical, divinely inspired, authoritative for matters of faith and practice, or what we believe and how we live, is Numbers chapter 13, verse 33. And there it talks about the Bnei Anak, the sons of Anak, who were from the Nephilim. So the Anakim are some kind of a subset of these Nephilim. And so what it's suggesting then is that there's sort of a height connection, a size, a bodily size connection, as opposed to a spiritual connection. There's the Anakim are these guys who are just like human tanks that Joshua and crew were facing. The next place that we get a passage is Joshua chapter 11, verse 21. Then Joshua came at that time and cut off the Anakim from the hill country, Hebron, Debir, from all the hill country of Israel, etc., etc. And then it says, Vehecherimam in Hebrew. And Joshua cheremed them. He put them to the ban or the decree of complete destruction. That's the way that word, the word haram or harem, is dealt with elsewhere in the Bible. He completely, like Joshua treated the people of Jericho, complete destruction. It's not selective. It's not like decimation in Roman times.
I'm sure Dr. Falk mentioned this in his response video to oh, what's that guy's name? That atheist.
Kip?
Unholy Kool-Aid.
Oh,
no, Unholy Kool-Aid. Yeah. Okay, so in regards to the Joshua conquests with haremed, okay, they weren't tasked to destroy or utterly wipe out the people, but they were tasked to occupy the land, and of course that would mean driving out the people who were there. And mind you, from another thing I understand is that like the Joshua conquest took literal decades to unfold before the Israelites could finally claim the promised land. Like, that's the brief point I'm going to make in regards to that. So like, I'm sure like Tui, who's in the comments, may bring up a side point in regards to like the whole genocide narrative in regards to the Joshua conquest thing. But yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
Well, I'm going to add to that, like, utterly destroy is what I would like to say. I mean, can't necessarily justify that yet, but possibly hyperbolic hyperbolic language, like war language. I'm going to destroy everything you know and love, and then the only thing that ended up happening was they didn't destroy everything, because the thing is, they basically salvaged what they could, and then they rebuilt everything. I mean, it wouldn't be a waste to just tear down all this architecture and start from scratch. Why don't we just take this and probably redecorate or carve it with something else? I mean, that's what I have in mind too.
Okay, and did you guys, just quickly coming back to the video, did you guys capture or catch his statement about Nephilim with respect to Nafal, which means to fall? Are you guys aware of Heiser's argument?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting how unread he seems, that he, I don't know, he seems to take that for granted and not, I don't, it doesn't seem like he's even aware of, you know, Nafil in Aramaic and the other options for where that comes from.
Bingo,
And obviously
because
the
Nafil, and then there's also a Qumran text with that Nafil that appears with respect to Job in Job 38. That Orion is Nafil and the Orion constellation. And then you can reverse engineer that back morphologically to understand why the Septuagint translators had gigantus, giant. So Nephilim literally is giant, not fallen ones.
Yes.
Right.
And
the
so
fact that he's like I don't know, it seems like he claimed his specialty is Hebrew. It's kind of amazing that he doesn't seem to be aware of this.
Yep. So which one do you think I should do on development? Read out what Heiser says or play a Heiser clip?
Play a Heiser clip.
Yeah,
Also, Rob,
okay. Yep.
there is a more unseen realm.com on chapter 15. You might want to also bring up what is the origin of demons, since they stress out about that we bring a lot of extra biblical material, and there Heiser answers what is the origin of demons, and he goes through several passages between the Old and New Testament, and without bringing extra biblical materials, finding the disembodied spirits of dead Nephilim Rephaim. They are therefore by nature disembodied, which is why they seek to inhabit other things. And then he goes by number, Deuteronomy 2, Deuteronomy 3, Isaiah 14, Isaiah 26, and then other passages in the New Testament. So I know they bring about that topic during the video, that basically stressing out too many extra biblical material. No, I mean, the biblical authors also build up from their own scriptures, but this is their backdrop, so to speak.
Yep. So I guess I'll do that. While you were talking, by the way, I was looking for the video, so I found it. This is in my archive channel. Okay, this is gonna appear slightly blurred, but don't worry. The next slide will appear very clear. This is basically a long compilation of the Nephilim, Joshua's Wars, Ancient Aliens, Zechariah, all that stuff. So way back at the start, like around the 38-minute mark, I'll play from around here, where Heiser gets into the morphology of the word Nephilim. And I think this does justice because don't forget, by the way, this video is dated to 2004. Okay, so he's already saying all this verbatim in his Unseen Realm book, but obviously with a little bit more detail. But this will suffice. This will suffice why it can't be fallen ones. And let's hear it from Heiser himself. So here we go.
He didn't bring up this verse, but Jesus says, hey, when I come back, it's going to be a comment on his part. Next two outline questions, we've covered these subjects. The next two are, who are the Nephilim, and are they distinct from the sons of God, and does the word mean giants or fallen ones? Now, I do not believe, and you know this from last night, so I'm going to go through this fairly rapidly. I've cut some slides out. I don't believe the word means fallen ones in Hebrew. There's a problem with that, even though dictionaries will say that if you look them up. It's actually impossible for Nephilim in Hebrew to mean fallen ones. The reason is the spelling, the morphology, the shape of the word.
So notice very carefully what he just said. It's impossible. Now, are there scholars that have agreed with him on this? Like, is this just Heiser making this stuff up? Curiously, who's the guy that Heiser did his dissertation under? His name is Michael V. Fox. He's a Hebrew grammarian and has written commentaries on the Anchor Yale for Proverbs. Oh my goodness. Fox actually also proposed this even before Heiser. So this is now the consensus of what Nephilim actually means. It's not... So we're talking about outdated lexicons that didn't know or go along with further linguistic understandings of what Nephilim actually... Like, if you were to really break apart the word and try and understand it, right? Heiser's about to do that, but under the guidance of Hebrew specialists that he was trained under.
To write fallen ones in Hebrew, you need to understand a little bit about the spelling to know why this is so. Here's how Nephilim is spelled in the Bible. Look at the letters. You don't have to be able to read Hebrew, but look at the shapes. This one is the same except for this little yod, this little mark here. When vowels were added later, the scribes who preserved the pronunciation took this form, the first spelling, and put these little dots underneath. That was how they added vowels, and the result was Nephilim. The problem with saying that this word means fallen ones is this. This is how you'd spell fallen ones in Hebrew. Nephilim. You'll notice that this does not correspond to this. This is the biblical word right here for Nephilim. This is the word for fallen ones. They are not the same. The spelling tells you that this word, Nephilim, does not mean fallen ones. If someone were to argue, well, and this is common in the church, to get away from a literal interpretation, and by the way, one of the audience asked me on the first day about a comment I made about the church that I actually mentioned on Coast to Coast. And it's not that I was in a bad mood, I really mean this. I think that the people who you would think on the surface are the most interested, or should be the most interested in the supernatural, seem to be the least, because the church seems to have strip mined the supernatural out of the Bible. And I don't use the word strip mine lightly. I think that is the case. It's called demythologizing things. And one of the best ways to do this, if you're interested in demythologizing the Bible, is to say, well, Nephilim means those who fall down or fall upon an enemy like a warrior. That doesn't work either. Because if in Hebrew you wanted to say that, you'd spell it this way. No Nephilim. The pointing here, the dots, is different. How do we know, though, that this pointing is correct, that it preserves the original ancient spelling and ancient pronunciation? It's proven by this. This spelling occurs in Numbers 13:33. This little letter here is what the ancient Hebrews, before there were vowels, used to denote the I sound. We still kind of do this today between I and Y, and it does double duty as a consonant and a vowel. This spelling is the ancient way of telling us that this is how you say the word Nephilim, and therefore it cannot mean fallen ones. It proves that it means something else. I think the best possibility, there's one other. What you need a root word that has the middle I letter as the base of Nephilim. That's the only way you can account for the form. In Aramaic, there is such a word. It was common to bring Aramaic words into the Bible because when the Bible was finalized, put in its final form, the Hebrew scribes were living in Babylon, and that was the language they spoke. They spoke Aramaic. The Hebrew authors even borrowed the way they shaped the letters from Aramaic in Babylon. This word is Nephilah, and it means giant. Just what, frankly, we would expect. Sidebar, can the Nephilim be equated with the biblical sons of God? The answer is no, and that question takes us to the next major issue. Did ancient people of the biblical world really believe this? Did they really take this literally? Prior to the end of the 2nd century, again, all Jewish and Christian texts and commentaries that refer to the passage take it literally, that you have the offspring as giants. They are a hybrid union of divine-human cohabitation. It is all literal. That means that the sons of God are not the Nephilim. They're separate groups. We've seen how the language distinguished, the context contrasts divine and human. The text very clearly tells us that the Nephilim were not divine. They were called mighty men of renown. This phrase is Gibborim. It's used of regular human men elsewhere in the Old Testament. And if they're not divine beings, if the Nephilim aren't divine, then they are not the sons of God by definition. The wider biblical context shows that the Nephilim were considered to be people, okay, humans. In other words, not gods. Okay, referring to the giant Arba, who was from the Anakim, a giant clan who were related to the Nephilim. Arba was the greatest man among the Anakim. Deuteronomy 2:9, the Amim were, like the Anakim, the Anakites, they are counted as Rephaim. This is a giant clan in the Old Testament. A people, normal word for people, human beings in the Old Testament. Other ancient texts, we're going to limit this to Enoch for the most part. Enoch distinguishes them. You have the angels, the children of heaven, saw and lusted after the women, chose them wives, again. They beget us children. They choose the women. The women have children. What kind of children did they have? Well, next chapter in Enoch. The angels from the last chapter, together with human women, took themselves wives. The wives became pregnant, and they bare great giants, clearly distinguishing the sons of heaven from the Nephilim. Same thing here. As for the women, they gave birth to giants. I mention all this because, again, it's common. Zechariah Sitchin is the best example. For some reason, again, I know the reason, he wants to merge the groups. He wants to have the Nephilim be the sons of God. Why? Because he wants Nephilim to mean those who came down from heaven, and he wants that because he wants them to be aliens. He wants them to be the Anunnaki aliens.
Yeah, so don't forget, this is a ancient aliens conference that Heiser is sort of like infiltrated to just debunk literally all of it, all that ancient alien stuff. Sitchin, claiming to be a cuneiform specialist, went as far as to say that Nephilim means, and I kid you not, those in the rocket ships who came down. That's how Zechariah Sitchin translated the word, those in the rocket ships who came down. So obviously that's ridiculous, right? But here you go. Like Heiser, let me just put it this way. Would we have a wave going in, like I'm talking about the person wave, I don't want to presume he wouldn't do this. But what's the probability that someone like Wave, who, by the looks of it, can read Hebrew, right? Would he go in to those conferences and actually try and win souls and bring them out of that cognitive dissonance and that wrong thinking? You know, like go into the weeds, go into the, you know, like Heiser, you know, his legacy is such that out of his own pocket he would do this sort of thing. He need not do this. He could have continued, like that particular afternoon when he was giving that talk, he could be, I don't know, researching or doing something else. But that's the missionary heart that he had, because he cared about people knowing, you know, proper stuff. All right. I don't think I'll just play that clip just a little bit more because I'm pretty sure that's all that needs to be said. Let's see here. And yes, the cat is whoops, wait, which one? Okay, this one.
The Book of the Giants, another text, ancient. This is fragmentary text. This is from Qumran. By the way, when you read Dead Sea Scrolls stuff, 1Q just means Cave 1 from Qumran, lines 23, 24. Cave 4 from Qumran, so on and so forth. This text is sort of the backdrop, the basis, the foundation for part of what would eventually be found in Enoch. And again, this fragment mentions Azazel, who was the lead watcher, and the watchers, along with the Gibborim, the mighty men of Genesis 6. Another fragment mentions Enoch, and then says, here's what the Book of the Giants says in this fragmentary portion. Let it be known to you that, and the rest of the line is gone, we don't have it. Your deeds and those of your wives, again it's gone, there's a gap here. Those, ellipsis, sons and wives of, gone. Mentions fornication on the earth, accusing you regarding the deeds of your sons, the corruption which you have committed on it. Again, the end of the line, the end of the scroll is lost until the coming of Raphael. Now, what this refers to, if you went back to the Book of Enoch, Raphael is the one who is sent, as Dave mentioned before, that the watchers actually have to be informed by God what's going to happen, and then Raphael is the one who gets sent back to carry out a part of their punishment. Enoch is told what's going to happen, it tells them what's going to happen, and Raphael is part of the archangel group that carries the punishment out. So it's a reference again to this episode. Book of Jubilees, this is very clear. You have in the days of the angels of the Lord who were called watchers, came down upon earth in order to teach the sons of men to perform judgment and uprightness on the earth. It makes it sound good. And if you read Jubilees, that's a little different because the watchers come down and, we're just going to help. But they wind up becoming corrupted. In this, verse 22, 7 lines later, the watchers, the ones who sinned with the daughters of men, began to mingle themselves with the daughters of men so that they might be polluted. Okay, so it's viewed as a negative thing. Another Qumran fragment mentions the Gibborim, who are born to the angels, separate groups. Again, another text, Genesis Apocryphon. This is a Dead Sea Scroll text. It's sort of the rest of the story of the first 15 chapters of Genesis. The text reads, Behold, I considered in my heart that this conception was from the watchers and from the holy ones. Now with respect to the Nephilim, and the rest of the line's missing, so we don't know what was going to be said about the Nephilim. But again, they're the offspring. This is actually an interesting text. If you weren't here last night, I'll let you know what this is dealing with. This deals with a conversation between Lamech, who is the father of Noah, and his wife, Bath-Enosh, where he suspects that the child she's carrying, who's going to be Noah, is actually an offspring of the watchers. He confronts her. He says, I want to know if that's my kid. And she says, well, you better believe it's your kid. It's kind of funny. She asks, don't you remember the other night? And he doesn't buy it. The funny thing is he doesn't buy it. And in the end of the text, and I didn't show this last night, she gets frustrated with him. I mean, she's denying it left and right. She says, okay, go ask Enoch. He knows all about this stuff. Like he's going to be able to prove it somehow. But it's kind of an interesting text again. They took it literally. They took the Genesis incident literally. No, yeah, maybe he was. How is the idea of the giants after the flood explained in Jewish and biblical traditions? So we know they took it literally, and that presented sort of a problem with this line in Genesis about there being giants, Nephilim on the earth in those days and after. Those two little words just vexed people a lot. They were the mighty ones, the Gibborim from ancient times, the men of renown. Option one. Well, you could argue some giants must have just survived. As we'll see shortly, there are a number of references to giants in the Old Testament after the flood, especially during the wars of Joshua. Speculation that this explained it, that you just had giants survive, began, though, with references to this biblical character, Nimrod, in Genesis 10. Cush begat Nimrod, who was the first man of might. He was the first Gibbor on the earth. He was a mighty hunter. Gibbor Said, by the grace of the Lord, hence the saying, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter, by the grace of the Lord. The mainstays of his kingdom were Babylon, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh in the land of Shinar, or, of course, Sumer. Since Genesis 6:4 links the Nephilim and the Gibborim, and the Nephilim were giants, the text labels the giants Gibborim. So the assumption is that Nimrod, if he's a Gibbor, singular, this is the plural, Nimrod must have been a giant. And in fact, the Septuagint, which is a Greek translation done in the intertestamental period of the Hebrew Old Testament, the people who translated, I guess it's a singular person, whoever did Genesis, translated all three occurrences of Gibbor about Nimrod in that section, that Genesis 10 section. The translator used the word gigos, which means giant. So he thought that Nimrod was probably a giant. Now there's a problem. Nimrod was related to Noah. He is in Noah's genealogical line. So if you're going to have Nimrod be a giant, then here we're back to the old Genesis Apocryphon question. Well, was Noah a giant? The rabbis, some rabbis taught that. Because of this question, how do we get giants after the flood? They taught that Noah was a giant. But there's a problem with that. The problem with Noah being a giant is that Genesis 6:9 says Noah was perfect in his generations. Jewish texts outside the Bible do not allow, though, Noah as a giant. There are other Jewish texts that just flatly deny that Noah could be a giant. We've already seen the Genesis Apocryphon where Lamech and his wife are arguing about whose kid is it, and that text plainly has his wife saying, no way. Okay, this is your kid. I have nothing to do with the watchers. The book of Enoch denies that Noah is a giant. Gentile, non-Jewish writers, though, did preserve that tradition. They did favor that view, that Noah and Nimrod were giants. Alexander Polyhistor's book on the Jews, this is a book a Gentile was writing about Jewish people and Jewish tradition, implies that Noah was a giant, has the knowledge given by the angels and passed on by the giants. Again, Dave talked about the watchers dispensing knowledge. He also viewed the knowledge as a good thing, contrary to the Jewish view. And here's a fundamental difference. I had a person in the audience ask me a couple hours ago about Gnosticism. One of the things specifically about the Nag Hammadi texts, which are the basis for Gnosticism, on the one hand, while it's true that the Nag Hammadi texts and our texts, our manuscripts of the New Testament, both date back to roughly the same time, 2nd, 3rd century. While that's true, there are two problems with saying that Gnosticism is the truth as opposed to New Testament Orthodox. Actually, there's a lot more problems with it, but I'll pick two. One is that portions of the New Testament are quoted by the Church Fathers before the 3rd century and before the 2nd century even. So the material can be argued as older, but I don't really like chronological arguments. The big one for me is that Judaism consistently believed and contended and included divine plurality. Now, I know that sounds strange. Judaism took a very literal view of this and specifically counted the knowledge given by the Watchers as evil, specifically said the Nephilim were evil. The only people who said they were good guys were the non-Jews. In other words, Gnostic theology departs from the Jewish Christian stream of history. It is a departure. It is an aberration. It is, I would say, not an invention, but it is, I'll say this, it's Watcher theology. It's pro-Watcher theology. Okay, that is what Gnosticism is. That's my big problem with it.
Now, did you catch that? I just want to quickly clarify what he's saying there and the implications moving forward from the 3rd century into the later centuries. The Quran, okay. Sorry, the cat is being very needy. Do you want to see what the Quran, that there are moments in the Quran how it calls what it calls Allah? All right, so I'll just bring this up, and I think you want to say something. Jesus is God. So
I was going to primarily talk about like the Gnostic worldview, but I have a feeling we'd be here for another hour if I did. But yeah, go on.
Yeah. So notice this. This is what the Quran says in, say, chapter 5, verse. Let's see. Well, just to summarize, so chapter 5 is called the table. Notice from 111 down to 115, it's all about send the table down to the disciples. Okay, how interesting that in the Quran you have. Is it the feeding of the 5,000 or the Last Supper or both? And it's like a big oops, because what does the Last Supper imply? Death of Jesus and what that implicates, that whole theological implications behind it. But when you come down after that, it says, remember when God said, in this case, Allah in the Arabic said, Jesus, son of Mary, did you say to the people, take me and my mother as two gods instead of God alone? That has some sort of potential Gnostic stuff going on in there, because that's what they believe. You have a female deity alongside Jesus and this father-like deity. And the Quran obviously is engaging it, right? But then
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Suddenly you have but then suddenly you have this. Notice the capitalized like you took because in the Quran, whenever it speaks about, say, the plural majesty, like we did this or you did that, it's talking about Allah in a majestic sense. So in other words, when you, Allah, took me, which is, by the way, this is Jesus speaking, okay, the Quranic Jesus speaking. When you took me, you became the watcher over them. So it's, again, you have to wonder, you became the watcher, like what's going on there? Now, well, fast forward to chapter 12 in the Quran. And in 64 it says, shall I trust you with him as I trusted you with the brother before? God is the best, or in this case, Allah is the best watcher. And he is the most compassionate of the compassionate, and on it goes. Now, am I straining at a gnat when it comes to, other religious texts like the Quran? Like, am I? Is this a far-fetched connection? Watcher stuff, which is technically Gnostic, like Gnostic theology showcases the watcher situation as being positive, okay, but Jewish theology, especially at the time of Jesus, sees it all negative. So does the Quran have anything negative to say if there is a watcher connection? So far, Allah is the best watcher. Is there a scholarly so ultimately, is there a scholarly work that sort of puts this all together? Which I won't read, by the way. I'll just show the title, and so people can like get it later. Well, there was a scholar. She's passed away now. Her name was Patricia Crone, and she wrote this very interesting paper titled, and I'm going to zoom it in right here. Whoops, let me get the pan function. Notice what this is called. It's called the Book of Watchers in the Quran. In other words, what's the Book of the Watchers again? First Enoch. Specifically, that section of Enoch that deals with the Watchers. And so she does a fantastic job showing how the Watcher tradition comes into a positive sense in the Quran. So it's kind of spooky that here you have the Islamic deity Allah associated with the Watcher myth. So coming back to Heiser, I'll just play a few more what he has to say. By the way, one of you wanted to say something? I think it was Saint. Nope. Okay, I'll keep playing.
Next reference, Alexander was very anti-Egyptian, and for some reason he might have wanted to connect the knowledge of the Watchers with Babylon. And Alexander and other Jewish writers have Abraham as the recipients of Nimrod's knowledge. So the Gentile sources, and there aren't many of them, view it as a good thing. Now, back to Noah. If he can't be viewed as a giant in Jewish tradition, then there's no genetic link between the original sons of God and the Nephilim. It would seem that your only alternatives are these two. The flood wasn't global but localized, it wasn't universal. And so the giants did survive without respect of being related to Noah. Some of them were just missed. Although the biblical text seems pretty clear that only Noah and his immediate family survived, but you could argue this, and there were a number of Jews who did. You could also argue that the sons of God continued the genetic pollution of humanity. In other words, the recurring activity of the Watchers. You could argue for that. And there are obstacles with each alternative. The local flood view has been well articulated, but it's really global flood cannot be ruled out of the biblical text. I mentioned last night that I do prefer a catastrophist model. I just think catastrophism explains a lot on a global scale. You could, though, cheat. You could have both a global and local flood event in simultaneity. How do you do that? Well, here's how you cheat. You could say, well,
just quickly, by the way, before Heiser continues, don't forget this is a 2004 video. In Unseen Realm, he definitely goes down more the local flood view, but that's just a little bit of a point.
And there's a written portion also of this part on the more Unseen Realm that comes chapter 13, which he goes by the Nephil, Nephilah, and the fallen one's description.
Yeah.
Which he takes about that route between Ezekiel, Genesis 6, and number 13.
Yeah. Yep. The valley, the Traveler's Valley as well in Ezekiel, and that those traditions about, like that Jude picks up on, by the way, Michael contending over the body of Moses with Satan, and yeah.
Originally, the earth was Pangea, one landmass, so that the actual water doesn't necessarily have to cover the globe. It only covers part of the globe, but yet still part of the earth, and then the continents divide, continental drift, and that's why you have a collective memory of the flood among all civilizations. So you actually have a global, a flood that covers the whole landmass, but not over the entire globe. So you can cheat. I don't know if you want to cheat, but you could. You also have a problem with repeat transgression. I'll be honest with you, I favor this view, but Numbers 13 might be a problem with it, and this is something I still need to think through.
Okay, this bit, I was waiting for this bit, so I'm thankful it's arrived now. This is very fascinating, this bit. So what he's going to do here, he's going to ask the logical question. So the spies say, look, we saw the Anakim, or we saw the Nephilim, the Anakites are from the Nephilim. So notice how Nephilim appears 2 times. In other words, the Nephilim we're seeing there, right there in front of us, which then they equate to the Anakim, are from the Nephilim. Then the next question is there a variation of spelling between the 2 Nephilim words? And the really interesting thing is the answer is yes. And what's curious is that the from the Nephilim bit is the spelling that you see in Genesis 6. The first Nephilim is not the Genesis 6 Nephilim spelling. So, in other words, is there a sort of like an argument, when Moses wrote Numbers, that here's your direct sort of like, hey, the people we're seeing in Canaan right now are literally from those Nephilim from Genesis 6, which would obviously imply, not imply it, it's a fact that the flood has to be local for them to have a genetic sort of like descendant, connection. So listen to what Heiser says here.
Very plainly says, we saw the Nephilim. Now watch this. Here's one spelling, right here, the middle letter. And here's the other one. We saw the Nephilim, ha-Nephilim there. The Anakites are from the Nephilim. This phrase, from the Nephilim, is min, ha-Nephilim. You'll notice there's no yod here. You have the same word spelled two different ways. I think the reason why this is done here is because this is the way it's spelled in Genesis 6. The writer wants to link these Nephilim after the flood with the ones before the flood. And if that's the case, if the Anakim came from, in other words, were related to the Nephilim from before the flood, you don't need continuing activity. You don't need the continual cohabitation. You have a genetic relationship.
In other words, what he's saying there is, so when you then see, say, Gordon Wenham's argument in his Genesis commentary, that the when, so Gordon Wenham says, the Nephilim were in the earth in those days, and also afterward, whenever the sons of God, XYZ. So that, obviously, if the whenever reading is true, then that opens the case that the sons of God were continually doing their thing even after a global flood. So in other words, a global flood argumentation becomes legitimate. But now you're constrained. You have to be constrained to a local flood if you then take the when there as actually when singular, like a one-time event. So the Nephilim on the earth in those days, when the sons of God, which means when 2 Peter and Jude talk about them being confined and chained to Tartarus and so on, now there's no more repeat of that, that situation. And so therefore the vestiges of the Nephilim that did survive the flood, that local Persian Gulf flooding, then go to Canaan. And now the chase is on. So, okay, here we go. By the way, just give me talk amongst yourselves, just give me one moment. I just need to let the cat out.
Okay, so basically what Moses was saying, okay, we saw some pretty huge dudes out there. That's Numbers 13:33. So whatever Nunnally is implying, or whatever Nunnally is confidently trying to say that, oh, look, these are just fallen angels. No, they're not. I mean, they're not as divine. I mean, if anything, in the immediate context, they're not exactly divine beings, or divine beings to begin with, because under the context of Genesis 6, it literally talks about the wickedness of man. Like, fallen angels didn't come down one day and started corrupting everybody else. You just had probably God's chosen people mingling with either non-believers or pagans. And because of that, what really hits home with me in this whole Nephilim issue, or its usage, was number 5. No, I'm not number 5. Verse 5 of chapter 6. It says here. Hold on, give me a second. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. So you're not talking about angels possessing a bunch of folks and making them do evil things. Basically, you had the former unifying or making unifications with the latter. That's how I'd put it.
I was seeing it as, it's telling a narrative, the sons of God, daughters of men, thus you get the Nephilim, which is a bloodline. And then the difference between, and then of course the Numbers 13, the two different spellings of it. He's saying that they saw these large people, these giants, and they're saying those are the Amorites who are from those Nephilim, who are from the product of the sons of God and the daughters of men. But simply a God's people intermingling with somebody who's not God's people, like the God's people, not God's people thing happens at basically it's a turning point at Tower of Babel. Before Adam is chosen to be like the pinch point, like God to Adam to the world. Well, and then Adam's like, needs a partner. So then Eve becomes that partner. So then it's the priest to the others. But it's not meant to only be that, because they're told to divide and, cover the earth. But then every time they come together or something like this happens, and then of course what we see is a lot of these big corrupt civilizations sort of like centralize around a particular kind of bloodline, which God sees as corrupt, and they're trying to centralize worship and the world and all the people, and God's trying to get them to divide and spread, and thus divides and confuses their language and spreads them out, and then he keeps a portion for himself. So those are God's people. Before, we were all God's people, and we were just not, there were plenty that were just not following him. It's like, well, then why? So the Genesis narrative would then be there to explain where this sort of rebellion comes from, which goes in line with the idea of the divine rebellions. And like, that's the narrative that somebody's using to explain why there's a human rebellion.
Right. I want to share to you guys a commentary concerning that. I think it's better explained by Basil the Great, or I guess let's go with Ambrose of Milan here. This is just about a minute's read. So Ambrose Milan comments on verse 4, and he says, "The giants, Nephilim, were on the earth in those days. The author of the divine scriptures does not mean that those giants must be considered, according to the tradition of poets, as sons of the earth, but asserts that those whom he defines with such a name, because of the extraordinary size of their body, were generated by angels and women. And let us see whether by any chance the men who only take care of their body and not of their soul are similar to the Nephilim, and at the same time to those giants who were born from the earth according to the tales of poets, and despise the authority of the gods by confining in the hugeness of their body. Must be really considered as different from giants those men who, even though they are composed of body and soul, despise the most precious good of the soul, that is, the activity of the mind, and show themselves to be imitators of this flesh, as if confirming that they were heirs of their own mother's foolishness. They only struggle in vain when they believe that they will conquer the heaven with their bold desires and their earthly activities."
Just to clarify, I've just brought up on the screen what you're reading from. Yeah.
Sure. Never mind. I'll stop reading now.
No. Go for it. Go for
but
it.
that is the Genesis 6, the giants. That is the Nephilim that Heiser was making the point that wouldn't be giants.
Okay,
that's
so
the spelling of that, and also that either they were cherry picking or just they didn't tackle what it then goes on to say about them. And I'm wondering, was that just deliberate, like avoidance?
But notice,
because then they'd have to tackle a bigger issue, or because it actually defeats their point and thus their.
Yeah, I'll notice this footnote here. The compiler of this is the ancient Christian commentary series. Ambrose alludes to the pagan myth of the giants who were generated by the earth. Confiding in their huge bodies and strength, according to this myth, they tried to climb Olympus in order to dethrone Zeus, but were destroyed by the thunderbolts that the god hurled at them.
Titans.
So, basically the Titan myth, yeah. Which Heiser, by the way, has written a whole essay for Faith, Life, and Lexham on the Titan myths that, curiously, John in Revelation uses for Revelation polemics. So,
and it's also built up on the reversing Herman topic.
Yeah.
And it was also part of the bridge that he used when he talked with that guy on the podcast on the Mount Olympus website.
Yeah. That the guy who actually worships.
Yeah, that was a fun episode.
Yeah. But yeah, no, finish the quote. So what were you up to? See, it says here.
I was already on the ladder. So, lastly, he says, they only struggle in vain when they believe that they will conquer the heaven with their old bold desires and their earthly activities. On the contrary, by choosing a lower way of life and despising the higher life, they are condemned with greater severity since they are guilty of voluntary sins. So I would agree with underdevelopment team here. I mean, these were not just giants. I mean, these are people who would be giants. Like, maybe not necessarily genetically or physically tall, but more like you're talking about people who are maybe one day people who are probably in the big leagues and the big games, thinking that with all that they have and all that they possess, they think they got it all figured out. They there's literally no way stopping them from doing that. Hence because of their inflated ego, or let's say, in the case of swiftness of body, as Basil the Great would put it, swiftness of body, strength of arm. I think there's just literally nothing that can stop them, and then there's nothing that would hold them back from stopping that. Which then had caused him to be impulsive and done all sorts of other wickedness before the eyes of the Lord. And so, yeah, I mean, I would agree with James there. Flood wasn't necessarily just for the giants, but it was to eradicate the evil that men were doing at the time.
Yep. And by the way, this is just to point out for the sake of pointing it out. So Clement of Alexandria is one who actually is before Ambrose. So Ambrose dates to, let's see, Ambrose of Milan, 300, so basically 4th century. And Clement, however, dates to basically, say, the 3rd quarter to the latter end of the 2nd century into the 3rd. So he's before Ambrose, and he says about, the mind being degenerate, blah, blah, blah. And he's basically saying, look, an example of this for you is the angels who forsook the beauty of God for perishable beauty and fell as far as heaven is from the earth. So, yeah, like even the patristics, apart from others like Augustine and so on, who took the Sethite view and Cain, there were earlier ones that actually argued for the angelic rebellion view. Okay, let's return to the video. And I mean, Heiser's one. Then we. Oh, did you want to say something, Saint?
Oh no, sorry. I mean, I thought somebody had mentioned my name. I just went out for a glass of water.
Yep. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Intact, so to speak. Now, finally, biblical giants, friend or foe of Israel. Were they? Do you see these in the Bible? We've already hinted at, of course, yes, you do. And does it help explain Israel's violent holy wars under Joshua? I want to say this. Now, in Dave's talk, he, rather obliquely because it wasn't his topic, but I think he made it somewhat clear that in a biblical mindset, and I will expand it and say in a Jewish mindset, not in a Gentile mindset, but in an ancient Jewish mindset, you have two clear lines. You have those who are of the seed of the Nakash. Okay? You have those who are the seed of the sons of God. There could be a genetic relationship there. There is at least a representational relationship there. Those are the evil ones. And then on the other side, you have those who would follow, again, the God of Israel. Out of the God of Israel, out of Israel comes the Messianic line. You have a consistent friction and controversy and enmity and adversarial relationship between the Watcher line and their beliefs and their teachings and their theology and the Israelite equivalent of all those things. With that as a backdrop, look at what some of the things the Old Testament actually says in relation to this issue. Deuteronomy 32 is a really interesting verse. When the Most High, God of Israel, gave the nations their inheritance, their nakal, when he divided up all of mankind, when did that happen? Tower of Babel. Okay, when he divided up all of mankind, he set up boundaries for the peoples according to the number of the sons of God. Now, if you look this up in almost any English Bible ever printed, this phrase will not be there. It will say according to the number of the sons of Israel. But the Septuagint and the Dead Sea Scrolls read the sons of God. What this means is that when God decides, okay, this is after the flood, when the flood took care of the problem, after the flood, God commanded, given the same command that was pre-flood, said, go out, be fruitful and multiply, have a wonderful time, be my representatives, fill the earth, and what do? They turn around and we say, well, we have a better idea. We're going to build a tower here. We're going to build a city and a tower. We're going to make a name for ourselves. We're going to make ourselves world-renowned. We're going to stay right here.
By the way, on development, I think you'll like this little trivia question. You know how it says, these were the famous men of renown, the men of the old, but literally in the Hebrews, these were men of the name. What do the people at the Genesis 11 think? We'll build ourselves, like this name language appears again. Coincidence? A literary thing by the Wellhausen hypothesis, where you have to describe sort of like harmonizing the point is how interesting, right? So okay, there we go.
And accomplish that end. In fact, we're going to use the high technology that has been at our disposal. And where do we get that? Enoch tells us, the sons of God, the Watchers. We think this is really cool. If someone came up to you, essentially a Watcher, and said, hey, you want to know what makes the universe tick? You want to know how to use the material world to build things and learn things? We know that. We can tell you. And it's only coming at a small price. The small price being what Enoch says they did, second generation Watchers did. They forced the people to sacrifice to them as gods. Worship us, and we will lay the universe at your feet. Because then you can be like us. You'll know what we know. Gnosis, knowledge. Gnosticism is nothing more than Watcher theology. Beware of it. But God decides, okay, you want to do that? Fine. You want to worship these flunkies? You want to worship these divine underlings? Go ahead. In fact, I'm going to divide up the earth according to the number of the sons of God, and that means that each geographical region gets to be ruled by them, by one of them or several of them, however it works out numerically. David probably knows, he probably has some equation for it. However that works out, every place on the earth, you don't want to follow me, you're going to serve them. I'm going to give you what you want, and I'm going to start over. For the Lord's portion, Kalak, is a noun relating to Nakal, is his people. Jacob is his allotted inheritance, his Nachalat. Nakal, Nachalat, it's their word plays here. God says, I'm going to start over. And what does he do? In the very next chapter, after the Tower of Babel episode, Genesis 12, he calls Abraham and says, come here, Abraham, I'm going to make of you a great nation. I'm going to start over. And the whole rest of the Old Testament, the story is the descendants of Abraham against all the other peoples. Israel versus the nation. Yahweh versus the gods. That's the Old Testament. And if you miss that, you understand a truckload of what's going on in the Old Testament. Now, Deuteronomy 4 is a parallel passage. Moses is rehearsing this, speaking this. When you look up to the sky and see the sun, the moon, and the stars, all the heavenly array, the heavenly host, Do not be enticed into bowing down to them. Moses is speaking to Israelites now. Yahweh's portion, Yahweh's people. Don't you dare worship them. Do not be enticed into bowing down to them and worshiping things the Lord your God has apportioned. There's the word again, kalak. That the Lord appointed them. He appointed the sun, moon, and stars to all the nations under heaven. But as for you, the Lord took you and brought you out of the fiery furnace out of Egypt to be the people of his inheritance, as you now are. He's saying, look, remember this episode when God divided up the nations, put them under the authority of the watchers, the sons of God, said, I'm going to give you what you want, but Israel is my own. And Moses tells the Israelites, don't you dare worship them, because you belong to Yahweh. They belong to the watchers. It is a cosmic and earthly conflict. Deuteronomy 29. All the nations will ask, why has the Lord done this to this land? What happens if we disobey and things go bad? Why is his fierce burning anger? And the answer will be, it's because this people, the Israelites, again in context, abandoned the covenant of the Lord. The God of their fathers, the covenant he made with them when he brought them out of Egypt. They went off and worshipped other gods and bowed down to them, gods they did not know, gods he, Yahweh, had allotted. There's that word again, kalak. Gods that Yahweh had allotted to them. Again, God deliberately allotted the fallen gods to the nations to distance himself from them and place them under the control of the fallen Elohim. What you have here, this is the Old Testament rationale and explanation for why the other nations have their pantheons. It's because God sentenced them to that status, that position. It was a punishment. You don't want to obey me? Fine. You want to worship these flunkies? Fine. We'll see how you like it. That's why the rest of the Old Testament is, if you want to be in right relationship to God, you have to go through Israel. That's why Israel is called a kingdom of priests. What does a priest do? They're intermediaries. They're mediators. You had to be in the nation. It's also why, just rabbit trailing a little bit here, there are some obscure references in the Old Testament to this idea of divine territoriality, that the nations are under the rule of territorial beings, the fallen gods of Genesis 6. The episode with Naaman and Elisha, you might be familiar with it. If you're not, there was a guy from Syria named Naaman. He had leprosy. He couldn't get healed from it, couldn't get cured. He has a little servant girl who was a slave brought over from the Israelites after some war. And she says, the little girl walks up to the king, the little servant says, well, if you got this problem, why don't you just go over to Israel and go talk to Elisha? He'll heal you. And he goes, well, okay, might as well try it. He goes over, and Elisha does heal him, and he wants to pay the prophet out of gratitude. And Elisha won't take anything, and then he asks a question. It's so obscure. But he says, okay, if you won't take anything for payment, is it okay if I take some bags of dirt back with me to my country? Elisha says, okay, that'd be all right. And Naaman says, no, I'm doing this because when I have to go into the temple of my God, Ramon, I want to be able to spread the dirt on the ground, and so it'll be okay with Yahweh. He knows that in my heart, I'm not really worshiping that God. I want to worship him. Why would he ask for dirt? Because it's holy ground. He wants to take dirt from Israel back to his country. This was their mentality. It's a turf war. The whole rest of the Old Testament. Abraham runs into giants. He runs into the Rephaim, the Zuzim, the Amim, the Horites. You'll find out later in verses, these are all giant clans. What's really interesting about this list, some of the terms, when God makes a covenant with Abraham, again, this is God's portion. He makes a covenant in Genesis 15. He says, I'm going to give you, Israel, the descendants of Abraham, the Israelites, I'm going to give you the land that's now currently owned by these people, Kenites, Kenizzites, Cadmonites, all the ites of the Old Testament. And then there's this phrase, this word, Rephaim. What's really odd about this, you'll notice, again, you don't have to read Hebrew, but watch this. You see this little letter here, and this one, the ones in yellow? You notice how all the words end with that little yod? It's called in grammar the gentilic ending. These are people group names. This one does not end with that. People groups, God says, you're going to, in the future, disinherit certain people groups in the land. However, there's going to be one group that doesn't live in just one place. These guys. Rephaim refers to essentially a population not localized in one area. These are your enemies as well. Rephaim were the giants. Now, if you look at the holy wars of Joshua, here's the land, the Holy Land. Joshua crosses the Jordan, goes to Jericho right here. It's a good military strategy. If you control the center, you can essentially cut off cooperation from the north and south end. So God specifically tells Joshua, you get this place first, then you go up north, you go south. Now what I want to show you is these places are going to have geographic names and certain cities. Certain of these cities and certain of these regions, south, north, and middle, were places that God said to Joshua, you go in there and you karem them. Karem means to place under the ban. That means you go in and annihilate everything that lives and breathes. In some cases, even the animals. That didn't happen often. But there are a few occasions when Joshua is told, when you go in there, you leave nothing alive. And what I'm suggesting, if you actually observe the places where that happens, where he's told to do that, the places happen to overlap with places that were populated by, you guessed it, giants. Bashan is going to be an important place to the north of the Sea of Galilee. If you look at Deuteronomy 2, he says, but don't go in there and harass the Moabites or provoke them to war, because I won't give you any of their land as a possession. I have assigned Ar as a possession of the descendants of Lot, who was Abraham's relative. It was formerly inhabited by the Amim, a people great and numerous and as tall as the Anakites. Again, these were the Anakim of Numbers 13, the giants. Like the Anakites, they're counted as Rephaim, but the Moabites called them Amim. Now, in Hebrew, Amim means frightful ones, scary ones. This passage identifies the Anakim and Amim as giants. And if we keep reading, you come across a group called the Zamzumim, which are related. Another reference, the Horim, the Horites, who dwelt in Seir. We're going to see on the map where these places are in a minute. Okay, we're going to give you this land as a possession. So the children of Esau, in fact, they've already done the deed. He goes in Deuteronomy 2, continuing on, he says, "You will then be close to the Ammonites, don't harass them or start a fight with them, for I will not give any part of the land of the Ammonites to you as a possession." That goes to Lot. It too is counted as Rephaim country. It was formerly inhabited by Rephaim, whom the Ammonites called the Zamzumim. So this is a giant clan. And again, linking them to the Anakim, the Anakites. The Lord wiped them out so that the Ammonites dispossessed them and settled in their place, as he did for the descendants of Esau who lived in Seir. Also to the Avim. This is really interesting. It only shows up one time. Avim in Hebrew means serpents. It could be serpent worshippers or serpentine something, but they're a clan. Possibly descendants of the serpent, descendants of the Nakash. There could be a linkage. Gaza is a Philistine city. Remember Goliath? Okay, he was a Philistine. The Caphtorim, oh, here we go with Dave's presentation again. The Caphtorim come from Crete. Continue on with Deuteronomy 2. Sihon, the Amorite, the king of Heshbon, is specifically targeted. They send messengers in, solicit for peace. God's already told him it's not going to happen. You're going to wipe them out. The king of Heshbon refused to let us pass through because the Lord had stiffened his will and hardened his heart. God says, "Yep, begin the occupation, take possession of the land." Now, who were these people? Sihon and Og were kings over the same people, over the Amorites. Og lived in Bashan. Bashan is the larger geographical region for this place, Ashtaroth. We made our way up the road toward Bashan. The King Og of Bashan, with all his men, took the field against us at Edrei. Edrei and Ashtaroth are two cities mentioned in Ugaritic texts with this place, but Ugaritic spelled Bashan differently than the Hebrews did. Instead of B-S-H-N, Bashan, they spelled it B-T-H-N. The show.
And by the way, what do you think Bathan translates to on development? So from Bashan, so Ugaritic, Bathan, serpent, which is, again, it's like, I don't want this to come across as some weird conspiracy theory. This is the text, this is the biblical text doing this stuff. So yeah, let's hear what Heiser says.
Well, but that's
and
interesting.
The dialects.
Oh, sorry. Go for
it. It's interesting, but I'm wondering if around that time anybody associated like Serpentine River as we do today with any of that. Because like land of like a winding river.
But Bashan goes into, so Bashan-Bathan territory was heavy child sacrifice area. And it goes right into where Hermon itself, the mountain, is literally at the cusp of the Bashan territory. So in other words, you have peculiar phrases like Baal Bashan, like that territory is associated with that evil stuff. I'm sort of drawing a blank. Oh no, that's right. Like Amos 4, literally the first two verses. You fat cows of Bashan, I'll draw you with hooks down Hermon or something like that. And also Psalm 22.
Yeah.
The bulls of Bashan are gaping their mouths. So, yeah.
Were the same, but the spellings were different. It's a dialectical difference. Guess what Bathan means in Ugaritic? Serpent. This is the place of the serpent. This was a scary place to the Israelites. And they're committed. You go in there and you get the job done. Sihon, the king of the Amorites who lived in Heshbon, Og of Bashan, they go in and conquer them. Who was Og down here? Only King Og of Bashan was left of the remaining Rephaim. His bedstead, an iron bedstead, is now in Rabbah of the Ammonites. It is 9 cubits long and 4 cubits wide by the standard cubit. That is roughly 13 or 14 feet long. He is from the Rephaim.
What are you laughing about?
I'm sorry for disrupting this flow of the stream, but when he brought up Og and the bed of Og and how like the common idea is that Og was like a 10 to 13 foot tall giant that slept on an iron bed when no, that large bed was not for a giant. It was a whore bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, sorry for disrupting the flow of the thing.
Yeah. Sacred rituals and so on.
He was a descendant of the giants. Other places put to the Quran, Joshua 10, where you have different people groups mentioned. The Perizzites. They go into the territory of the Perizzites and the Rephaim, which is located in the hill country of the Rephaim. Here we have a reference to Arba, the father of the Anakim. The place is Kiriath Arba, also called Hebron. That's a place that was put under the ban. They went up to the Negev and came to Hebron, where there lived Achiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, the Anakim. The Anakim, part of the Nephilim. Joshua went in, wiped out the Anakim. There's Hebron, Davir, all these cities. Joshua proscribed them. He put them under the ban. One more example, David defeating the Philistines. The Philistines, at the famous David and Goliath confrontation, the Philistines came and spread out over the valley of the Rephaim. That was where they set their camp. That was their turf. Joshua 15:8. Then the boundary, what's this valley? What's the valley of the Rephaim? The boundary ascended into the valley, which is the Hebrew word Geh, of Beth Hinnom, the Geh of Beth Hinnom, along the southern flank of the Jebusites, that is Jerusalem. So it's very close to Jerusalem. The boundary then ran up the top of the hill, which flanks the valley of Hinnom, Geh Hinnom, on the west, at the northern end of the valley of the Rephaim. And where is that? The Hinnom Valley is a deep, narrow ravine located in Jerusalem, running south from the Jaffa Gate, so on and so forth. The term comes from son of Hinnom, the Hinnom Valley. In Hebrew, it is the Geh Hinnom. When translated into Greek, it is Gehenna, from which the word and concept of hell originated. The point is that the valley of the Rephaim was essentially, to the Israelite, hell. This is where the descendants of the Nephilim, the descendants of the Nakash, the seed of the Nakash, live. And in the Old Testament, you have nothing more than a series of episodes. Once Yahweh's portion is redeemed from Egypt and told to go into the land, their first job is to go directly in confrontation with the seed of the Watchers. The Old Testament is a cosmic turf war. It's not just random, it's not just purposeless. There is a deliberate opposition between one line and another line. It goes all the way back to Genesis 6, it goes all the way back to Genesis 3. And again, hopefully you heard Dave's presentation, because all of these areas, again, are related to giantism, and there are connections with the area of Tyre, the Philistine strongholds, Crete, all these things. Now, when we get to the Serpentine presentation, you'll see what the Tyre connection is, because that's Ezekiel 28, where a divine being, again, is expelled from the garden. Same story, but there's a connection with Tyre, or as David would say, Sidon, okay, Sidonia. That's what we have for now, and I'm all done. Guy wants to hold the questions, okay.
So there you go. That was Heiser 2004. Pretty sharp for someone who didn't publish on Cinema until 2015.
So the question then becomes, does Wave understand what Heiser's entire position was when he tries to counter it? And
it's all scripture. Did you notice literally every numbers, Deuteronomy, like all the references, geographical place names, people groups.
Nunnally didn't even scratch the surface.
Oh, I know.
Heiser was already past the surface. He went through the meat and was literally in the marrow past the bone.
Like, can you just imagine being one of those ancient alien audience members, having the privilege, without a sense of hindsight, obviously, like who would have thought, right? The guy that I'm listening to right now, 11 years from now, is going to publish Unseen Realm, which is the distillation of all this. But this is already in Heiser's head, like back in 2004. It's crazy the dot connections he's already making. And then what spurred him? Because notice this. He's seeing these connections, but what spurred him to finally just go, you know what, a book needs to be published, is the article that came out on the origin of the Watchers in 2010. So 6 years after that video, Amaranus comes out with that article. Boom, like the whole field of Apkallu studies and all this stuff just started to just generate. And then, that gave Heiser the tool to then go, or the means to go, man, a lot of work has been done. All the musings I was having is like right on point, because, hey, here are other scholars independent of me saying the same thing. And There you go. I just wanted that was a little bit of like a time capsule, sort of like going back in time to a younger Heiser. Has he maintained a consistent method? The answer is a major yes. Like, in fact, I would argue he's actually more detailed over there than, say, even Unseen Realm, because Unseen Realm was designed to be readable. So. Yep. All right. Coming back now to. Oh,
you won't find that published on the History Channel.
No. Let's come back to Wave. If he says anything more, it'll be interesting to see what he says now. But I do need to conclude the stream maybe in 15 minutes. Maybe I could try and stretch it to half an hour.
But, no, let's keep it at 15. Give you some time to sleep.
Yeah, because I have a stream on Faith Unaltered with Heiser's wife and that whole team. So here we go.
That's where we get the word decimation, deca.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's
Capitalist, decimal point, etc. It's not that. It's total decimation. Everything that lives, including even animal life. So in Joshua 11:21, Joshua completely destroyed them along with their cities. Then in verse 22, same chapter, Joshua 11, it says there was none of the Anakim left in the land of the children of Israel. Then, if you fast forward 3 more chapters to Joshua chapter 14, it says that Arba, that some guy named Arba, was the greatest man among the Anakim. And the word man there is Adam, a human being, a created being. And so if you just keep reading back.
All right, so notice, this is interesting timing. What did Heiser say what the Nephilim were? Human. He says so even in Unseen Realm. They're human. They are genetically linked, but like biologically and anatomically, they're human. They're a hybrid human thing, which then Second Temple text will then say their deaths will lead to the release of their unclean spirits, and unclean there is because of the mixing of categories. That's what they believed.
Quick question: could we grant these Nephilim entities the designate superhuman or metahuman then?
Yeah, that's interesting because you have depictions of like Gilgamesh, and because Gilgamesh was considered a type of hybrid Apkallu dude, like you have this phrase called 2/3 Apkallu, 1/3 human, or I could be getting that the wrong way around. And then you have iconographic depictions of Gilgamesh, which I don't think is legitimate, but like he's standing really, really tall and then grabbing a lion like how you grab a cat. Like you have these depictions. I think it's all political, polemical. But again, the whole notion of giantism in the Old Testament with respect to the Nephilim is interesting because there is a lot of abnormal features. So, for example, they'll have an extra digit. Goliath is interesting because Goliath is described as one who is blind. Oh, not blind, but with a very sort of like blurry vision. And he's sort of stumbling forward. He needs someone to lead him into the fight. How do we know he has blurry vision? It's because he says, "I see your sticks" in the plural, not the singular spear that David had. And if there is a giantism gene thing going on,
pressure on the pituitary gland would obviously affect the senses, and of course, as you mentioned, polydactyly. So yeah, definitely.
And where does the stone hit? If
His
there's
forehead.
a massive tumor, right, which then leads to
hemorrhaging, massive effects on the tumor on his pituitary gland. Oh,
you are ahead of the game. So, here is Let me just show you guys. Here we go. Yep. I'm gonna open this. Make sure it's a pan thing. And there we go. Yep, that's showing it there. Zoom in. You guys, make sure you guys can see it. So here is a 2014 paper in a medical journal of all places called Hereditary Gigantism, the Biblical Giant Goliath and His Brothers. It's like, what the heck are you guys? You don't even have their bodies, and you don't. Well, it's an interesting exercise, and it is a paper. It's not like an official major study. It's a 3-page paper where they're just like, let's go back in time and figure out, again, kind of like a Jeff Rose sort of attitude. Is there any way to see this naturalistically?
Okay.
So here's your the pedigrees, and so here's, say, Goliath, right? And then notice how down over here, right? 1, 2, and 3. Notice you have the third one. Do you see how they named him? Exodactylus. It's like a it's just a hypothetical, like another brother, right? Because there's mention of all these brothers, and yeah, like they tease out the giants in Deuteronomy and so on, but they go into. Okay, here we go. This is the conclusion. In fact,
in conclusion,
you read this for us.
Sure thing. In conclusion, Goliath may have had an AIP mutation causing the early onset autosomal dominant pituitary gigantism, and one of his sons may have had a syndrome involving both AIP and BBS1, which could some way account for the physical characteristics of his family and their good success rate on the battlefield until they met David. Well, of course, like, people with gigantism are going to have a leverage advantage, like increased testosterone, possible hypertrophy. Like, the only way to bring them down is, of course, using ranged weapons. Gigantism results with a growth hormone secreting pituitary adenoma, which is present before epiphyseal fusion. Pituitary adenomias can be present in a number of genetic conditions, such as multiple endocrine neoplasia type 1.
Wait, I'll zoom in more so you can see the
Carney complex and familial isolated pituitary adenomia, FIPA. FIPA is an autosomal dominant condition with an incomplete penetrance caused by germline mutations of the ARYL hydrocarbon receptor interacting protein AIP gene 4. Patients with AIP mutations have an earlier mean age at diagnosis than AIP mutation negative patients, small 4. The age of Goliath is not clear, but early onset of pituitary tumors is typical of hereditary gigantism, and limitation of lateral vision is common.
Oh, there we go. Limitation of lateral vision.
Yes.
Yep.
Goliath himself had a shield bearer precede him, possibly to indicate to Goliath the direction of the approaching foe. Polydactyly has not been described in association with FIPA. The AIP gene lies on chromosome 11q13.3. The Bardet
there we go. Yep.
The Bardet-Biedl gene, BBS1, is located close by on chromosome 11q13.2. Bardet-Biedl syndrome type 1 is characterized by rod-cone dystrophy, truncal obesity, cognitive impairment, and postaxial polydactyly. I'm sorry if I'm
So my language.
No, you're doing well, man. Yeah.
The protein encoded by BBS1 is thought to play a role in limb development. It is unlikely that Goliath's family had FIPA caused by a microdeletion, which also involved BBS1, as the genetic distance between the BBS1 and AIP genes is separated by a 1MB gene packaged region. Such a gap makes an inherited contiguous gene syndrome Such a gap makes an inherited contiguous gene syndrome unlikely, as there would have been too many other features. Very rarely, BBS1 patients have symmetric exadactyly. Most commonly, it is present in one or two extremities, upper and lower, not in all four. We are not given much other detail about exadactylus, so a new BBS1 mutation due to some complex rearrangement is unlikely. A new mutation is in an autosomal dominant polydactyly gene might explain his symmetrical phenotype. If he had a pituitary digit and
disease.
Thank you. If he had a pituitary disease and 6 digits, he may have looked an intimidating foe, but he may not have been a great warrior in action.
Yeah.
All right, there are detriments. Interestingly, the book of Samuel refers to the 5 stones that David carefully selected for his sling from a nearby stream, and further reading of the surrounding passages show that David's relatives were all involved in the deaths of the other giants in Goliath's family. There can be other interpretations for this and various types of symbolism, but it appears likely that several giants may have been from Goliath's family, further suggesting autosomal dominant inheritance. The reverse also almost happened. Ishbibnebob, Goliath's son, funny name, is credited with almost killing David until the swift intervention of David's nephew, Abashi, 2 Samuel 21:16. So clearly, intellectual agility was not deficient in some of the giants, and myopathy seen in some cases of pituitary disease in later life, not a direct issue in the younger giants. The giants of Gath were present after the flood. One possible answer to the often raised question of why the Nephilim giants present before the flood were not eradicated by it could be that the new mutations in the AIP gene or other genes caused new families of giants to appear. There is no evidence in the Bible to suggest that the Nephilim, Rephaim, or Anakim were directly related, but they may have had some relations and intertwined lineage. If Goliath was the son of Rapha, he was likely to be descended from a Rephaim. But being brought up in Gath, an ancient stronghold of the Anakim, could suggest he may also have had some Anakim relatives, making his champion status even more significant in the ancient world.
All right, so just quickly, now, I would then suddenly, like, everything's so interesting and so well done so far with this. But then notice the statement, there is no evidence in the Bible to suggest that the Nephilim, Rephaim, or Anakim were directly related with respect to the flood Nephilim. But we just saw, obviously these people are not Hebrew specialists, so they would have missed that. But we just saw Heiser make that point from Numbers 13, that the variation of the spelling, so the Nephilim with the added yod, which is the author's intent to say, they're from the Nephilim. If the authors of this paper were aware of that, now you can argue that Goliath is actually from the vestiges of the Nephilim that survived from the flood.
Okay,
yeah, but otherwise it doesn't contradict any of these data points. It's like this is still very valid. Like,
just wait until part 10. Okay, families of giants have been described in the medical literature, but this may be one of the oldest and most famous examples to be documented. Perusal of the archaeological literature of that period gives evidence of giants being excavated, but numerous fakes exist. Technology now exists to extract DNA from giant skeletons, and if any new excavations in the Middle East unearth a giant
a skeleton suggestive of Goliath or of Og or of similar biblical giants, more proof may be obtained by careful DNA analysis, and it may be possible in the future to delineate the exact relations between different giant lineages in the Bible and dissect them further.
And so that, and then we, yeah,
yes.
so we,
oh yeah, we've
that's
already
the
read the
conclusion.
conclusion.
Yeah. So there you go. That's just a quick to showcase. I mean, before they get into the science, they first go into like this particular paragraph here. Well, if you just read this particular bit, this is actually what I was looking for. Like if you read from this gives further evidence.
This gives, okay, I see it now. This gives
About
further evidence that he
stone.
suffered from
Yeah.
a pituitary gland dysfunction, a pituitary tumor pressing on his optic chiasm, and consequent visual disturbance due to the pressure on his optic nerve would have made it difficult for him to see the stone in his lateral vision. Pituitary giants look impressive in terms of stature, but may not have speed and agility to match their perceived strength. David, having agility, particularly having declined the heavy set of armor that was offered to him, and being skilled at slingshots, may have found a way around the fearsome-looking giant by firing a slingshot from the side of the battlefield. The fact that Goliath may have had a pituitary tumor was recognized by Vladimir Beringer in a paper in 2000. In his description of a condition, he notes a painting of David and Goliath by Puget in the 18th century, noting the appearance of acromegaly in the severed head of Goliath, and remarks that the painting was done more than 100 years before Marie originally described the condition in 1886. He also helpfully comments that Goliath was killed by David, severing his head, not from the impact of a stone which felled him, possibly due to brain contusion, but did not actually kill him directly.
Yeah. So there we go.
Yeah.
This is
by the way,
there are even scientists going into this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Acromegaly is exaggerated features, by the way.
Yeah. All right, I'll close that. Bring it back to this. Was there another point I was needing to make, or do we continue on?
If you want to, we could wrap it up here.
Oh yeah. Well, let Wave just finish his point so we know precisely. Okay.
Back into the record or forward in the record. It's like in most places, the Bible will eventually define its terms. Nephilim are related to Anakim, and Anakim are human beings. They're not fallen spirits. They're not rebellious angels. They're not disembodied spirits. These are human beings that were capable of dying and were exterminated by Joshua. And I suppose that maybe that then is the jumping off point for Heiser's next developmental step, which is, okay, so then how do we have demonic spirits among us if Joshua exterminated them? Well, they can migrate from person to person.
Yeah.
But all you got to do is follow the bouncing ball of biblical evidence, and the Bible is typically, most of about 99% of the time, is going to end up defining its own terms, so that we don't have to guess, we don't have to finger in the wind, it's not a jump ball or a flipped coin or shekel. You just follow the line of evidence within Scripture. And,
sorry.
That is very vague, like jumping from person to person. Like, I don't think that's even a proper answer in of itself. Really.
It's not. So wait, I'll just rewind a couple of seconds so that he just flushes it out, and then maybe I'll just conclude the stream with this final explanation if he changes topic after here. So I'll just play some more.
Its own terms, so that we don't have to guess, we don't have to finger in the wind, it's not a jump ball or a flipped coin or shekel. You just follow the line of evidence within Scripture.
Right.
And whether it's the human authors of Scripture, it's the divine author, it's stringing all the pearls together, they typically come together.
Yeah, Scripture interprets Scripture. Now, Heiser's premise seemed to be that he was the one who found this, and this was something that nobody.
Yeah. Okay. Now this is going to a different topic. All right. So to close that off. I'm going to really cut to the chase of it and actually go to my own Mark commentary that amalgamates the necessary response. The origins of demons. So the first thing to keep note is how interesting that all roads go to Deuteronomy 32, right? Because in 32, when you go down to 17, so after the statement in verse 9 when it says, for the Lord's portion is his people, right?
Is his people, Jacob is his allotted portion.
Right. And by the way, that portion term becomes a nickname for the God of Israel. For example, Jeremiah 10, which is all about, don't do the whole like making an idol stuff. Like, you can see here it's all mockery of idol makers and so on, right? When you come down here to 16, notice what it says. The portion of Jacob is not like these.
He made everything.
So see, how interesting. Jeremiah is doing Deuteronomy 32 language stuff in Jeremiah 10. Right? And see this inheritance language? Do you see the heavenly armies language? So, coming back to Deuteronomy 32, what happens is Moses repeats the thing again. So he's like, look, that's what happened in Genesis 11. Now, when we keep, notice the very beautiful poetic sort of like paraphrase of the Genesis story. So then when we go to chapter 12, which is obviously Abraham, right? Moses summarizes that and says, the Lord found him, which Jacob being a descendant of Abraham, the Lord found him in a desert land, in a barren, eerie wilderness. And yet he cared for, guarded him like an eagle stirs its nest, and blah, blah, blah. And now notice this. The Lord alone guided him. There was no foreign God with him. He mounted him on a high place above the earth, feeding him from the produce of the field. He nourished him, and, on it goes, on it goes, on it goes. Now, rock language is used, which correlates to why Paul uses the same rock language in Corinthians. The rock is Christ, right? So, Jacob dined, grew fat and kicked. So this is Israel expanding out, right? Abandoned the God who made him and spurned the rock that was his salvation. They provoked him to jealousy over foreigners and to anger over detestable things. They sacrificed to demons, not to the real God, gods whom they didn't know, new neighbors who had recently appeared, whom your ancestors feared. You neglected the rock that fathered you. You abandoned God, who was awaiting your birth. Yep. So now 17 is key. So the Shadim appear for the first time. Okay, notice new neighbors who had recently appeared. Why? Because the Shadim are the dead, disembodied Nephilim chronologically. So the wars that Moses summarizes earlier in Deuteronomy against Og and the Rephaim and so on, now he's talking about. See even the Shadim are given the category of. It's not the word Elohim doesn't appear here. It's actually Elim, but it's related to Elohim. So in other words, even the word is associated with demons. So because don't forget, the word is a place of resonance term. So they sacrifice to demons, not to the real God, gods whom they didn't know. Now, just to quickly show, for the sake of argument, just to show if this has a reference in one of Heiser's in his work. So if I go to let's see here. No, not that one. Yeah, the Shadim. Okay, here we go. This is this is in his Demons book. Notice Shadim, territorial spirits. So terms that denote entities with geographical dominion. So again, I'm not going to belabor the point. All that, again, explaining Deuteronomy 32:8. The Elohim being judged in the council are called sons of the Most High, but in that context, 17 provides us with an important term for consideration. So the Israelites sacrificed the demons. There were no gods, so Eloah, to gods, Elohim, they had never known. So he basically says, yeah, the Elohim who are also called the Shadim. Now, what does he say here in 55? Oh, he's just talking about the ESV translation. Yeah, so notice he then connects it in a cognate sense, all these Akkadian terms, provides the semantic nuance for our purpose that it's basically territorial spirits, which then goes into the finally into Mark's gospel, which I'll present now. Okay, that's this one here. And I'm just going to go up. Okay, here we go. I'm going to use the pan thing and zoom in. All right, so in my Mark commentary, so we're reading chapter 1, verse 22 to 24. Notice the man in the synagogue, suddenly this unclean spirit, screams out, right? I go through a massive summarization, everything we've just discussed, okay? So you can see terms like apkalu, refine, all this stuff, right? So I'll just skip down. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to skip down. Well, okay, so for example, here's a work by Clinton Wallen, a 2004 work, Jesus and the Impurity of Spirits in Synoptic Gospels. I'm just going to read the bolded points where he says, evil spirits in many Jewish sources ultimately trace their... This is not Heiser, by the way, okay? These are other scholars. Trace their origins to the defiling union of these heavenly beings with women. Like unclean animals, these quote-unquote impure spirits represent an anomalous mixture of categories. And if you can now read the rest, all the way to the word harm.
Okay. In First Enoch, they are linked with idolatry. The concerns about apostasy which are found in these books receive greater emphasis and a narrower focus in some of the sectarian documents from Qumran. Another recurrent theme of the literature we examined is the potential which these spirits possess for leading people into impure practices, such as idolatry, fornication, and murder, or for causing physical harm.
Yep. So Second Temple Jews saw clear connections between endless and demonic activity and bloodline.
Unclean spirits and fallen Elohim setting up unholy spaces of cosmic geography for them to dwell in.
Right. So then Richard Bell in the Dictionary of Jesus and the Gospels, 2013 work, goes into how exorcism practices, which, by the way, when Psalm 91 is quoted in the temptation in the wilderness in Matthew's account, actually both Luke and Matthew, the point is Psalm 91, I kid you not, is an exorcistic psalm that was used in Qumran. So in other words, Satan, the irony and the twist is that Satan's using what was an exorcistic psalm because of all the ancient Near Eastern deities that emerge in that psalm, and Heiser touches on this in the Demons book. But Jesus counteracts that. And what's fascinating is that those who did exorcism needed to use devices, or they needed like some sort of like aid in the exorcism. Does Jesus need an aid? The answer is no, which implies what? He is the Son of the Most High. He is the second person of the Trinity.
So one of the chief fallen Elohim tried to use an exorcism passage on ultimate reality. That is the dumbest move I have ever fucking
I
heard.
know. But, well, he's seeing him as a mortal, don't forget. He's just like, this is interesting. But that's the point of Richard Bell over here. Notice, in all three Gospels, there are cases where Jesus heals by, blah, blah, blah. But it is striking that in the exorcisms by Jesus, ritual plays virtually no part. In comparison with other exorcists, Jesus refrained from using physical means to achieve an exorcism. Okay, I'm gonna I could go down the whole Yom Kippur ritual like that. Trust me, that it really gets into the weeds, but I won't go there. Let's see. Yeah, Jesus' exorcisms are eschatological, climatic, and once for all. By the way, someone joined. Oh, Jared. All right, I'll bring you up. Let's see. Here's, by the way, if you want to see what an exorcistic text looks like this is actually a papyrus that they discovered dated to 300 CE that reads like this. This is the conjure, I conjure you by the God of the Hebrews, Jesus, and then it goes into this like bizarre language. So, but basically the point is the power lies in his own I, like I command. So notice how typical exorcistic attempts is to I conjure you by the God of XYZ, right? But all Jesus says is I command you. So, okay, now I'm gonna skip down. Yeah, this is Graham 12.3 on, again, exorcistic stuff that showcases his divinity. Let's see. Okay, these are all other questions I have on demon possession stuff. Skip all that. Wait, surely I would have touched on... 1 second, yeah. Just searching for the next entry. Wow. I'm pretty sure I touched on more than... Oh, maybe that was in my Revelation commentary now that I think about it. But anyway, I think that should suffice. Let me just open the Revelation one quickly. Okay, searching through that. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, I'm going to keyword search Kilmer. See if she appears in here. Someone's mic is hot, by the way. Maybe it's yours.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's actually in my Revelation commentary. All right, I thought I put it in my Mark one, but yeah, I'm just gonna quickly go through this. If you want to help reading, I'll let you know which one to read.
No, okay.
So, yeah, okay. Now this is a massive chunk of just that Enoch passage, but in that passage there's this statement. You know, notice how it says, you were the Holy One's spirits living forever. With the blood of women you have defiled yourselves, and with the blood of flesh you have begotten.
I
and
see
with
it.
the blood of men, right?
Okay,
But-
I'm going to continue.
Well, not don't read just this bit. I'll tell you which one to read. But this basically, I just want to highlight that. But now the giants who were begotten by the spirits and flesh, they will call them evil spirits on the earth, for their dwelling will be on the earth, right? And the spirits that have gone forth from the body of their flesh are evil spirits. For from humans they came into being, and from the holy watchers was the origin of their creation. So here's a Second Temple text saying that the unclean spirits that you see in Mark, so when Jesus is engaging with these so-called unclean spirits, he's actually engaging these watcher spirits. So that's the point. Now, I then go into, again, this is not Heiser, I go into citing a lot of scholars that bring out the first the Mesopotamian context, right? And let's see. Yeah, so like Francesco Rochberg here, and the Syriologist.
Who also adds, this gets to the root of a Mesopotamian scribal notion of knowledge, which is what unites divination, horoscopy, and astronomy in the learned cuneiform tradition. And this way of identifying the elements of knowledge, i.e., systematized, even to some extent codified knowledge, was connected with the gods from whom it was claimed such scholarly knowledge was derived in the days before the flood.
Mm-hmm. And this is now, right, basically what Enoch tries to say, that the Watchers taught them forbidden knowledge, blah, blah, which ultimately is Genesis 6:5 gets into the whole, like, and then evil started to merge in the human heart. So anyway, putting all that aside, the point is I then throw in these tablets. So this is known as the Apkallu list, right? With respect to the king's pre-flood that then goes into the post-flood. So there's actually a break in the tablet. And because notice it says during the reign of XYZ, Adapa was saved. And by the way, the Adapa character here would be your equivalent to Adam. All right, just to point that out. And now notice then it throws in the line after the flood during the reign of XYZ, right? So now you get into post-flood or post-Diluvian Apkallu, described as, so some of these people can be described as 2/3 Apkallu, right? So An Kilmas basically says that humans and Apkallu could presumably mate, right? And
since we have a description for the post-flood Apkallu as of human descendant, the fourth being of only 2/3 Apkallu as opposed to pre-flood pure Apkallu and subsequent human sages.
Right.
Wait, so we're actually world of darkness? Forget about what I said, just continue with the stuff.
Yeah. So then Archie Wright, who's actually a Second Temple scholar, he says, the death of the giants reveals something about the nature of their spirits. They are considered evil spirits because they're born on the earth. They are a mixed product of a spiritual being and a physical, right? And a somewhat, and okay, you keep reading.
And a somewhat spiritually undefined human. The resulting entities are identified in what 1 Enoch 15:8 as strong spirits, evil spirits, which come out of their bodies at their death. The Watchers are necessarily bound in Tartarus in order to halt their activity, while the spirits of the giants, following the death of their physical body, are allowed to roam freely upon the earth. The ability to roam about the earth links the nature of the evil spirits of the giants to the supernatural nature of the Watchers prior to their fall. Right, because their ontology would basically be the next best thing. If simple humans partook of a tree of life, we'd basically be no different than demons.
And what does Jesus say about these unclean spirits that want to like roam and they look for a host? And the fact that he even gets into that language is just like, whoa, like you know, he's actually being very transparent about the reality of these entities. So again, Amar on this is going back into the original like Apkallu context, which I'll skip, and for the sake of time. Okay, read this bit here, the short one here.
The craftsmen were apparently done away by Marduk during the flood, just as God punished the Watchers with a deluge. Thus, like the Watchers, the Mesopotamian Apkallus were punished by a flood.
Now, keep going. The Apkallu.
Oh, sorry. The Apkallu were meant to maintain order, but their transgression caused Marduk to change the location of the Meshu tree and El Mesu stone. Amar Anus, 21st century cuneiform scholar, continues, relocation of a tree and stones is also a motif in the Era epic where Marduk, during the flood, changed the location of the Mesu tree and the El Mesu stone. In the context of sending the sages down to Apsu, the garden with trees and precious stones in the second dream is comparable to the garden in the end of the hero's journey in the Gilgamesh epic, with the trees bearing jewels and precious stones.
Right. So what's happening here is the Genesis account, interestingly enough, notice that the whole Eden location becomes myth. Because if Eden is located in the Persian Gulf that's now wiped away with the flood, Eden then takes on mythical language like it later on in Ezekiel 28 and so on, like Eden is the mountain of God, right? And then you have these relocation patterns. So like Eden becomes relocated to, guess where? Canaan. And how is Eden relocated? Are you guys ready for a little bit of a surprise? If I go back to my Daniel commentary just very briefly, I only put it in there.
We talked about black holes before we started this stream, and God knowing every atom that is going to transpire across the entirety of physical creation.
Yes.
The atoms from Eden, after the deluge spread and washed everything away, it spread all across the lands.
Yeah.
It literally made and washed it all holy like soap.
Yep.
Unless I'm making links like a bloody Gnostic.
No. You're thinking like a true scientist.
Okay.
So in my Daniel commentary, I threw this in there because of Daniel 4 with the cosmic tree stuff, and I just went down a little bit of a rabbit trail with the tabernacle, okay? And everything in the tabernacle is patterned after not just the creation week, but also the garden. So this is, so notice, Eden has a tripartite structure like the tabernacle. Eden, Holy of Holies. The garden, holy place. The outside region, court, outer court. You have the rivers, right? This is, the world beyond is out there, but here's the garden, here's Eden, here's the four rivers. And so then, furthermore, notice, I'm just giving key specific points, like the tree, like menorah in the sanctuary. Hey, the menorah, wow, That's like the trees in the garden, like the tree of life and tree of knowledge. So now here's the point. I found this illustration here. Notice you have the cherubim with the flaming swords, right? And then the rivers. And then you walk through, if you were to pass through the flaming sword, which is now protecting, guess what? The tree of life, right? So if you were to pass through, notice the mountain of the Lord. This is now Eden. Notice the same parallel. So creation and fall. Fall is being kicked out of the mountain of the Lord. But atonement in a portable Eden is the tabernacle. The tabernacle is literally a portable Eden with exactly the same Eden features. See, the tree, the cherubim, the central Holy of Holies, way out where the Ark of the Covenant is. Notice the bronze altar and the big bronze so it's a big it's a big bronze basin that has a lot of water in it, that bulls are holding it up, that connotates the watery chaos outside Eden. So, and notice the direction it's facing, east, because that's the orientation of the tabernacle. So remember when I said you have Eden being transported to Canaan? Well, there you go. This is like the symbolism of Eden is transported over into Canaan like that. So let's see. Yeah, I mean I go into a little bit of science over here, so I'm basically speaking about the sacred space stuff, pre-Adamite humans in Genesis 1 that leads to Genesis 2 stuff. And okay, coming back to the other one, is there anything else I need to read? Yeah, okay, maybe read for us. If you can. I'll tell you which ones. If you can read for us this summarization I write over here.
Okay. Nothing less than direct ancient literary evidence that 1. All the elements of Genesis 6, 1 through 4 can be accounted for in the Mesopotamian material relating to Noah's flood. 2. These parallels were preserved in Second Temple texts like First Enoch. 3. The elements in the First Enoch story of the sin of the Watchers that are fully expressed in Genesis 6, 1 through 4 are consistent. In other words, Genesis 6, 1 through 4 telescopes the overall story. 4. The New Testament writers Peter and Jude should not be criticized for their attention to First Enoch in their own theological thinking. In other words, the Mesopotamian Apkallu saga provides a rationale and explanation for the data in Genesis 6, 1 through 4, that it was to target the deeply held religious beliefs of Mesopotamia and most pointedly the myth of Babylonian superiority. This is the nature of polemic argumentation.
Yep, and then this particular quote is all about those polemical stuff, like the Jewish authors are.
Scholar continues.
So basically, this last paragraph, the Jewish authors often inverted.
The Jewish authors often inverted the Mesopotamian intellectual traditions with the intention of showing the superiority of their own cultural foundations. They were stealing back what was rightfully theirs.
Exact bingo. You exactly. Now read this paragraph.
The Jewish writers of the Enochian literature, in fact, inverted every element of the Apkallu tradition, linking that inversion to the sons of God and Nephilim of Genesis 6:1-4. The point was to turn the Mesopotamian belief system on its head, to make sure those Jewish readers would know that what happened between the sons of God and the daughters of humankind was not something that bettered humanity. It was the opposite, a transgression of heaven and earth that would corrupt humankind and produce a lineage that would later be a threat to the very existence of Israel, God's portion and people. Deuteronomy 32:8-9.
Mm-hmm. And what does Amar Anna say? Not Heiser, a Mesopotamian scholar. What does he say?
The Mesopotamian Apkallus were demonized as the sons of God, and their sons, Nephilim, who were later in Enochic literature, appear as watchers and giants, illegitimate teachers of mankind before the flood, as many kinds of Mesopotamian sciences and technologies were so ideologically conceived as originating with antediluvian Apkallus. So, both Enoch and the Watchers were depicted as antediluvian teaching powers. By comparison, the Book of Watchers 8-1 enumerates the first set of arts forbidden to humanity, a list which consists mainly of useful crafts and technologies. This revelation of forbidden secrets was considered a transgression because it promoted promiscuity and violence.
Remember when Heiser said Watcher stuff is basically Gnosticism? Like,
yes,
like way, like probably the first forms of Gnostic thought.
You will never reach ultimate reality with secret knowledge.
Now they accuse Heiser of being a Gnostic. Well, excuse me, but no. Where is Heiser a Gnostic when he's actually using this scholarship to say this is wrong? Because even the New Testament authors say this is wrong. Like, it makes no sense, right? Yeah, and this is again just summarizing the whole thing, and basically by the time you reach something like Enoch, it's basically such transgression of the boundaries is depicted as sacrilegious, and yeah. And this should conclude, and then I go exactly into like Nephilim using Heiser's argument with the spelling here, and what's the conclusion? That's pretty much it. That summarizes, like, there's a lot here that's sort of overlapping with everything we said. All right, closing that down. And we'll end the stream on that point.
Wow.
Sorry, Undevelopment, for the 1 hour, I don't know. But I hope I went back on topic with that. And I'm being quite deliberate with going into the weeds a little bit, but yeah.
Well, the topic is what Heiser's actually touching on and what he's teaching and what he was believing, as opposed to what they are presenting. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. So God bless, folks. I'm gonna have to get some shut-eye for a few hours and then come back to a channel called Faith Unaltered, where the official Heiser team are going to be making an official presentation in response to Dorian's video. I'll probably be there. I'll set my alarm and then have some coffee. And I'll need Undevelopment superpowers. And yeah, that's basically it. God bless. And we may do a part 3 because why not? So, okay. See you guys.